some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
We're going to go ahead and convene the Single Family Design Board meeting for October 23rd, 2023, and we'll start with a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Claus. Roll call, Chair Claus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
Yes.
Board Member Lewis,
Yes.
Board Member Sherry is absent. We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to the second item, which is under general business, which is public comment. So this is an opportunity for anybody from the public who would like to speak to anything that is within the purview of this board, but that is not agendized on today's calendar to do so. So I'm going to ask Ms. Sefel if she will manage that process for us, please.
Thank you, Chair Claus. I'll start with in-person comment. At this time, I do have 2 requests to speak. I'll start with Michael Marzola. If you could please come up to the podium, you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Marzola. I'm a 40-year Santa Barbara resident. I want to thank the Single Family Design Board for your volunteering your time and expertise in helping guide this process and the projects brought before them. And I want to share what I've learned in following this process And I wish I had something positive to say about it. I wish I did, but I don't. Finding the project is, the whole process is confusing and frustrating for those of us on the outside. Locating documents online is an extreme challenge, even for somebody who's got some computer literacy. Documents are posted on a Thursday before the meeting. Often the offices are closed on Friday. So if you need to follow up and see a set of plans or whatever, and then you got to go deal with it on a Monday for this meeting, it just is not acceptable. It doesn't leave enough time for review, and especially we had, I think in this case, over 100 pages of plans, which are way too large to review on your computer. Anyhow, that's basically all I want to say. I think that part of the process needs to be fixed, making it much more public friendly and accessible. Because frankly, throughout this process, I've felt that the table has been tilted and we've had to climb uphill to get things dealt with. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Up next, I have Rose Willis. If you would please make your way to the podium, you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank you for providing an oversight committee for our community. You are the ones that we depend on to make sure that the Good Neighbor guidelines are followed, that new construction is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. You're also responsible for ensuring that the plans submitted to you are accurate and that the figures submitted by applicants are correct, and that when the board makes corrections on these plans, that there's follow-through and the corrections are actually made. We, the community, and the quaint neighborhoods in Santa Barbara depend on you for helping to preserve the charm that makes us unique. I live in a neighborhood that contains several structures of merit, Moody Sisters homes, many Delfonso-built homes that were built in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and beyond. It is part of the uniqueness of Santa Barbara. We also have city and ocean views that we would like to preserve. I would like to see some improvements in the process of how the board operates. It would be helpful to have the agenda posted on the website at least a week before each meeting to give everyone time to examine the applicant's plans and to respond and ask questions. Currently, the agenda is posted on Thursday afternoon. City offices are often closed on Friday. Then it's the weekend. Then the meeting's on Monday. This is not enough time to examine submitted documents and understand them. If city offices are closed, there's no one to contact to ask questions. Also, the website is challenging. It's difficult to find documents, and often public information is not posted. We can't find it. The process is frustrating, and some improvements would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Charlie Boss. If you would like to make your way to the podium, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, Madam Chair and fellow members. One of the main things that bothers me is I feel like we're talking to a wall. I don't feel like you hear us, or if you do hear us, we don't get any sense of feedback. And maybe we don't deserve feedback, but I feel like we do. We don't even know whether when we send letters in that you even read them. I also feel like the process itself, of course, by its very nature almost, it has to be kind of slanted against people who are concerned about what somebody else is building in their neighborhood. But it seems to me it's too slanted in that direction. I don't think that you consider what our issues are. Your only purpose is, and I understand this is your purpose, is to facilitate the building or the rebuilding of housing, and I guess that's the way it should be. But I think you don't really see the other side, and I think you sometimes seem to look for your answers from the architect without verifying whether indeed this is true or not. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Boss?
Really?
Were the majority of your comments, because I was watching your body language and part of the time you were looking over there, so I'm trying to understand if your comments were more directed towards our board, if they were more directed towards staff.
I think it was more toward the board, and I'm not an effective speaker.
Okay,
I mean, I don't realize that, I didn't realize that I was doing that.
that's okay. I think you're a very effective speaker, but thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next I will move to virtual public comment. If anyone would like to comment on Zoom, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised at this time, so we do not have any general written correspondence. So at this, I will turn it back over to you, Chair Kalas.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to withhold any commentary or responses to those public comments until we get to announcements, requests by applicants, etc. So we're going to move on to item B, which is approval of the minutes of the Single Family Design Board from October 9th. This is the full board meeting. And I cannot read those from here.
I can read
So
them.
please excuse us while we turn our backs to you if we do so.
Would you like me to run through the items and the motion?
If you could do that, that would
Okay.
be great. I've reviewed the consent
Okay,
meeting
so
minutes.
this was, SFDB consent for October 9th. A was 911 Alameda Padre Serra. And they were continued indefinitely to consent with comments. And that was it. That concludes this meeting, the meeting minutes for October 9th.
Okay, so we do not have a video of that meeting that any of us can review, nor is Ms. Sherry here, who was, I believe, present for that. Yes. So I would like to ask that we hold that until our next hearing in order to ratify those minutes, unless staff has received written correspondence from Ms. Sherry that those are accurate.
Chair Kalas, that seems appropriate as this was continued indefinitely with comments, so we can bring it back at the next full board hearing.
Great, thank you very much. Can I move on to the next set of meeting minutes, please?
We have the SFDB consent meeting minutes from October 16th. Item A, 1707 Paterna Road, received final approval with conditions and comments. Item B, 857 Sea Ranch Drive, was postponed indefinitely at the applicant's request. Item C, 1610 Overlook Lane, received project design approval with the required findings and comments. That concludes the meeting minutes.
I did review those. I was the board member present for that consent calendar, and they appear to be accurate with the exception of item A, comment 1, there's a misspelling. The word rack should be rake, R-A-K-E. That's the gable side of a roof line. So with that, I will make a motion for approval of these meeting minutes. If we could have a roll call, please.
Okay. Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
Yes, and I can second that motion. I think we,
Oh, yes, we needed a second. Thank you very much. It's
Okay.
already been a long day. So we have a second, and we will now call roll call again. I'm sorry.
Okay. Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
yes.
Board Member Graffiti,
Yes.
Board Member Lewis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we go.
So now we'll move on to the full board meeting minutes from, I believe it's October 9th.
Correct. Item 1, 1553 Shoreline Drive was continued indefinitely to the Planning Commission with a return to full board with the following comments. Item 2, 3208 Laurel Canyon Road received final approval as requested, and the minor zoning exception was approved with required findings and comments. Item 3, 1269 Farello Road was continued to this hearing date.
Okay.
And that was postponed due to lack of quorum.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments or corrections on these items, on this set of minutes? Okay, that being said, I'll make a motion for approval. If we can have a second, please,
I'll second that.
and a roll call.
Okay. Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Graffitti,
Yes.
Board Member Lewis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Chair Kalas, board members, we're going to postpone the SFDB consent meeting minutes from earlier today, October 23rd. So those will be prepared and ready for review at the next full board hearing on November 6th. Right?
Okay.
Correct.
I'll wait till, can you pull up the agenda, please? Okay. So item D is announcements, requests by applicants for continuance and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. So I'm going to take the bull by the horns here for a minute. Ms. Kokinda, I can see you're ready to say something. So the first thing that I want to do is address a couple of the public speakers' comments. I understand the difficulty in having something posted on a Thursday and a meeting on a Monday. I agree with you that some sort of change to that process would be beneficial for all. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that I'm aware of just because I happen to be an architect. So there's consultants' drawings we're trying to get in. We're trying to wrap them up into our final set, get them over to the board. The board's trying to, the staff, they're trying to review them. There's a lot of hustle and bustle that occurs up until that magic deadline. And so pulling that magic deadline back creates more hustle and bustle in a shorter period of time. That's not to say it can't be changed. It would have to be reviewed. There's a process going on that is a streamlining process related to our board. Right now, there have been conversations, there's a subcommittee, there's an oversight subcommittee that is, that has liaisons from city council involved in it. That would be a great place for you to go and to speak and share those thoughts and ideas about how we can make this more friendly for the neighbors. There's a meeting this Thursday at 2:30 in this room with that oversight subcommittee. So I would encourage any or all of you to attend that meeting because I think that's a great place for them to hear some public input about how this process can be either streamlined or changed so that it can be a public-friendly environment and process for everybody. You may hear some things in there about some of the streamlining efforts that are taking place that you might also want to provide input on, either positively or negatively. Some of those things would reduce the purview of this board. Some of them might increase it, but the general idea is to try to streamline the process, which would remove things from our purview and move them into staff's court. So I would highly encourage you to share that information and to attend if you think these things are important. We have a certain purview on our board, which is design related. Staff has certain things that belong in their court and that are their jobs. They are charged with reviewing drawings and documents for their accuracy before they get to us. And we do our best to also help with that process, but that really lies in staff's court. And so I want everybody to be aware of who does what. We're here to look at the design and aesthetics. Within our purview, staff is doing the plan checking and zoning reviews. So just so that everybody's clear on how that process works, okay? In regards to schedule items, you, Ms. Garson, had suggested that the meeting minutes from today's consent meeting be postponed for ratification until November 11th. I was the person attending today's consent calendar. I will not be present on 11/6, so I'm happy to review those and share any comments with whomever would be appropriate in advance so that action can be taken at that time. If you could provide me with direction as to whom I should provide those comments to, I'll be happy to do that.
I can work with you on that. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Kokinda.
Yes, to the board, good afternoon, and to audience members, I just want to apologize because as you can see, we have one of our large screens, the one that you all very much use for review, is not working right now. We have City TV who's aware of this, has put an order in and will be fixing this. In the meantime, there might be a solution to swap these screens, but I'm sorry, we're going to have a modified review, and so it might not be, it's going to be a little bit awkward, and I'm sorry about that. So apologies to everyone involved, but we'll have this screen, and then we have the screens in front of the monitors here at the table.
Okay, so these are not
So these
anything
are
right
going to
now?
be, these aren't connected to the staff computer, but they are connected to the applicant computer. So when the applicants are walking you through the plans, you're going to see those plans and the applicant's presentation on these monitors.
Okay, I'm just operating with a little trepidation because earlier in the consent calendar, we had to wiggle and jiggle a couple wires because these
Okay.
weren't working. So just want to make sure they are actually functioning because we'll need them.
Yeah,
Okay.
get those turned on.
Are there any announcements for continuances, withdrawals, future agenda items, appeals? I think I just told everybody that there's a subcommittee meeting this Thursday.
Yes, Chair Klas, board members, thanks for the reminder about the subcommittee meeting. That seems clear. And then the project located at 3208 Laurel Canyon Road received final approval and approval of a minor zoning exception at the last SFDB full board hearing on 10/9. That has subsequently been appealed to the Planning Commission, so that's scheduled to be heard on December 14th. It's a Thursday. Meetings typically begin at 1, and agendas will be available, I believe, a week prior to the hearing, posted online. So I will be coordinating with the board to see who's available to be there as the SFDB representative. Thank you.
Okay. Any other items from staff? Okay. Are there any announcements from the board members in regards to schedules or that need to be shared?
Is it appropriate to discuss schedules for the holiday? Or do we just email and, yeah, because I have a conflict with the next board meeting.
I think Vice Chair Anderson, you can just let us know offline and email us directly, but I do want to just be conscious because, things come up, but we really need to make sure we maintain quorum, and quorum is 3 members for a full board, so that's why if we send emails doing quorum checks, we really are looking for a quick response to, again, make sure that we don't need to do any last-minute changes. So, again, it's unfortunate what happened for the last time, and we understand, unexpected, but please be aware of that as holidays come, and we tried to, we canceled the meeting Thanksgiving week because we understand people have plans and different things, but the sooner we know, the better. So please let us know as far in advance, and then we'll work with you. And there are some changes to the Brown Act under certain circumstances for family emergencies. I can always contact the city administrator's office if there's any questions about remote remote participation or, again, but we kind of need certain approvals to do that. So just to be aware of that, and we can work that out with you.
Okay, so to clarify, there is a full board meeting on the 6th of November. That is the only full board meeting in the month of November. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any subcommittee reports? Okay, so we will move on to our agendized items. We're going to start with item number 1, which is 1269 Farello Road. This is a proposal for substantial redevelopment of the existing non-conforming residence involving partial demolition for a new involving partial demolition. This will be a new 3,699 square foot, 3-story residence, which will conform to the required setbacks with a 442 square foot garage. The project includes permitting the as-built conversion of floor area at the basement level to habitable and additional improvements, including removal of the existing driveway and curb cut to be replaced with a new curb cut, and access bridge at the new garage location. The new photovoltaic array, infrastructure, a pool, and hardscape and landscape improvements throughout. The proposed total of 3,421 square feet on a 12,196 square foot lot is 86% of the maximum required. I always emphasize that word because sometimes we have required FARs and other times we have guideline FARs. So this is a required floor to lot area ratio. It includes 50% of a floor area reduction that is allowed based on zoning allowances for the partially below grade basement. Property is adjacent to a historic research in the English vernacular style at 1277 Farello Road. Today, the applicant is requesting final approval. Project plans require substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on January 17th of 2023. The project was last reviewed January 17th of 2023. And just for the record, since this was brought up in public comment, I would like to let everybody in the room know that we received a plethora of public comments on this item. We have approximately 8 letters that we've received, and as part of our due diligence, we do review these, we do read them in advance of the hearings. So if the applicant could please introduce themselves.
And if I may interrupt and just give a couple of staff comments before the applicant presentation, Chair Class?
Yes.
Thank you. So I just want to remind, so the last time SFDB saw this project was January 17th, 2023. It was appealed to City Council. City Council upheld the board's decision. And so, again, these plans have been revised and not necessarily revised, but refined in order to be ready for final approval. So again, the City Council upheld your decision. This is final approval. So your decision today, you're looking at this as if you're looking at it in 2 ways. One, do these plans substantially conform to the project design approval set? And then 2, of course, you're looking at it for all the details for final approval and aesthetics. I do also want to call out one thing, that this project, in order to, from staff standpoint, from a zoning standpoint, it has to be under 85%. If this project were to be 85% or over, it would require a modification. There's a special portion of the code that calls out if you're over 25 feet in height for a single family residential zone and you're 85% FAR or over, then it's a modification. So I just want, that's really not your concern, but it's something that staff will need to verify. So if the board is ready to grant final approval today and doesn't have any other substantive comments, we would just want to address that and again, make sure that anything, it would be understood that it would have to be under 85% FAR. So that's a little bit of a nuance. I'm happy to explain more later, but it's just something that I wanted to call out.
So I'm
And there
very,
was just some changes that were made to interior walls that affected the net floor area. So that's really the understanding from the applicant, who can explain a little bit more if there's any questions.
so I just read a project description into the record that says this is 86%. Can you explain that to me, please, and to everybody in the room?
Yeah, I think that, let's refine that, and so the applicant updated the information, and it was called to our attention, even one of the public comment letters read it, identified it. So we verified with zoning that anything over 85% FAR would require a modification when it's over 25 feet in height. So I just want to clarify that in order for this project to be approved today, we need to, again, address the floor area. And I'd rather, because this particular project already got postponed due to a lack of quorum, I really wanted the applicants to have a chance to be reviewed and to get any input as to whether or not it was finalized. So I'm just trying to keep things moving and address this and not necessarily hold up a review process for it. But I do want to acknowledge that it needs to come back down and it needs to be under 85%. So that's kind of my way of addressing it, and also, again, understanding that we'll have to verify this.
So I'm going to take exception with this, Ms. Kokinda. It has been noticed as an 86% project. You're telling me that there's a whole other requirement if it doesn't meet that. The description that we have in front of us should jibe with the plans that we're seeing today. If the applicant is going to change the plans, then how is the public going to see those plans?
So, Ms. Kloss and Chair Kloss and board members, so one thing is that
This is what creates distrust with the public.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it out loud right now. This is
Understood.
what creates distrust. And I understand that our board had a quorum issue and that these people want to move and they've been put through an appeal, and I can appreciate that. I've dealt with appeals on your side of the bench too, and they're a bummer. But we need to have, on the city side, the ducks need to be in a row so that there's not distrust by the public.
Sure. So let me explain something. So this project and any project comes in and we do a thorough review, and it's called our application completeness review. This project was deemed complete and identified that it was ready for project design approval, because only when we verified that it meets all of our city standards, our zoning standards, and different items with transportation concerns and everything else, the moment that staff deem a project complete, it means that an applicant needs to be able to get a decision within a certain time period, and that's when we schedule for project design approval. City staff have already done that. We identified all the things that made that work. As you mentioned before, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes happenings with project plans and refinements and things that happen between project design approval and final approval. So in that time period, staff looked and verified that the floor area hasn't been enlarged, the floor plates haven't been enlarged, and it substantially conformed with what received project design approval, and then what was also received, what was upheld by city council. There were some changes to the net floor area because of the removal of these interior spaces, and therefore, because of that, the applicant updated their percentages. They updated their floor areas and changed their percentage, and that's why we revised the agenda language. So that's why you're seeing 86% up here, is because we were following the applicant's lead. We were prepared to address that comment, and it was brought up, and it's a certain part of the code, and staff didn't make that, we didn't look at that call, and so that's our fault for not identifying that earlier on. So that's kind of where we are today, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, because I know it's going to come up in public comment, and I'm trying to kind of, how can we look at something, keep it moving, help them understand, because it makes me want to go back and just verify again. with the removal of those walls, how are we calculating it? And it has to be under 85% in order to avoid a modification. So it's a very different process. It's not in this applicant's interest to be over 85% because it will trigger a modification and it will kind of start things over again in some ways. So I'm trying to kind of figure out a path again, because this applicant has already been postponed, that I'd like to bring it here today. Apologies to members of the public, it's very confusing, but those little design changes happen. And again, the point is there's a question of whether or not these plans substantially conform to what was approved by the SFDB for project design approval and what was upheld by City Council, and then giving this applicant a chance to hear your comments on the refinements and the, getting down to more of the final approval type of issues. So it just happens, and it's unfortunate, and apologies, and I'm not trying to confuse anybody, and that's really just simply what happened.
So how can we make a final, if we think we're in a position to make a final determination today, how can we do that given the fact that we have an agendized item at 86% that would typically, I'm asking staff, that would typically require a zoning mod, okay? Or do we say, hey, we think this is ready for final approval, but until staff gets it together and everybody agrees that we're really at 85%, we're going to throw it to consent calendar? How are we in a position to make a determination today and take action is what I'm asking.
Right. So to the board members, one way is that again, I generally would save this for wanting to kind of hear you all out before kind of making a specific suggestion and kind of to understand, gauge your readiness. But one way could be to grant final approval with the condition that staff verifies that it is under 85% FAR and does not require a modification, and to verify the net floor area. So that's one way. You suggested another way. But again, that's, we can't let, if we can't let this go if it's over 85% because would require a different land use approval. So that's how I would suggest that condition if you are, again, indeed ready to move on with this project.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Separately, I have a question. In the comments about the city council appeal, that appeal was with certain modifications required. Is that true? And if so, can we see what those items?
So Chair Kloss and board members, so the city council upheld SFDB's decision and they did not add any additional conditions. Okay. So essentially, we can pull up the minutes that were approved, but there was a list of conditions that when project design approval was granted by this board, that you listed those conditions, and the applicant can respond with, again, showing them on the plans as to how they've met those conditions.
Okay.
And that is part of your review today as to whether or not those conditions suffice per your instructions.
So to restate that for everybody in the room's benefit, the city council resolution simply adopted our recommendations at PDA.
That's the simplest way to say it. And they have their own resolution, but there wasn't anything added on top of that.
Okay. And then just as a general reminder to everybody, because I find myself doing this too, the word modification has a very clear definition in terms of our process. So let's be careful when we're talking about changes or revisions, that those are different than modifications. Okay. If you would please state for the record your names, your relationship to the project, and introduce us to your project. And we're specifically looking for you to address the comments that we had from our last meeting. So if you could bring up those minutes, we'll run through them, and then you can show us where you've hopefully addressed those and any other changes that have occurred possibly since then.
Great. Thank you, Chair Kloss. Dan Weber, I'm the architect at Anacapa. Tony is our design director at Anacapa, so he's on our applicant team, and Katie, of course, is our landscape architect. So maybe I should start out just right out of the gates with the FAR question. Thanks, Ellen, for trying to shed light on that. We didn't change, since you last saw the project and the city council saw the project, we didn't change the size of the building at all. It's exactly the same. We had a mechanical room in the drawings, and mechanical rooms are excluded from the FAR calculations on the worksheet that the city requests us to use. So if you increase the size of a mechanical room, the FAR goes down, and the opposite is true as well. So what we did in the current iterations of the plan is we removed those demising walls in that space so that it's no longer qualified under the FAR calculations as a mechanical room. And that's what moved us from 84 to what actually is currently, and I'll explain this, less than 85, 84.99. I'm not sure where the 86% on the noticing came from, but the worksheet in our plans says 85%. And the square footage that we've proposed, the net square footage is 3,421. According to your worksheet, that is actually 84.994 or so. So it's not 85, and therefore not triggering the need for a modification. Your worksheet, though, rounds it to 85, and we don't have the ability to manipulate how the worksheet rounds. So hopefully that clarifies that issue. Okay, so I'll go through and just in the interest of time, try to keep our responses just to responding to the minutes and highlight any changes. So I'm going to read through this, and Tony can drive the documents and point to anything that you want to see more of. We have thoroughly developed the plans. Our structural, mechanical, electrical engineering is near done. Our landscape plans are finalized. Our energy compliance is done. Civil drawings are done. So we're ready to submit to the building department. We're probably going to need about a week and a half, 2 weeks after this hearing. So we're hoping we can get a final approval from y'all today. Okay, number one, reduce the second floor plate height currently at 11 feet 8 inches by 1 foot to 10 feet 8 inches. So I think the way that this is described just wasn't accurately describing the previously proposed design. And we went through a process with Ms. Garcin and I think the chair, Ms. Kalas, to agree upon the definition on what a plate height is and how that's defined. In other words, it's, just to put it in most simple terms, it's the distance between the floor and the ceiling. So the distance between the floor and the ceiling is, in the current proposed design, as well as the last time you saw it, 9 foot 11 3/4 inches. So roughly 8 inches lower than what you're requesting here. So we think we're good in this. Can
we see the
item.
previous drawings and the current drawings and the dimensions? Because I have a feeling there was something not captured correctly in the minutes.
Sure.
This is where previously it's called out as 10 feet, previous drawings. And in the previous drawings, that's where it was called out to 10 feet. And I'll pull up the same area. 10 feet floor plate height.
I'm not going to interrupt. I'm going to let you guys continue on, but there's an issue here, and we'll get to it when it comes time for questions and comments.
Okay, great. The board finds number two, the board finds a third floor plate height at 9 feet is acceptable. That's great. We haven't made any change there. Number three, The board appreciates the applicant's effort during the course of the project to remove existing square footage outside of the building setbacks. So that means removing the encroachments that we inherited from the original construction, and reduce the height of the proposed project so it will be better perceived as a one-story structure from Farella Road. We appreciate that comment. We haven't made any changes in that regard. All of the changes that we made to the projects are very insubstantial changes, really just oriented towards buildability. Number 4, the applicant has adjusted the third floor massing in response to what the board believes is expressed concerns from the easterly neighbor. We appreciate that comment. We actually took another step to increase privacy between us and the neighbor to the west. We reduced the size of the outdoor space at the upper level to bring the usable portion of that outdoor space much further away from the west property line. Yeah, so that usable deck, which is the part that's white that doesn't have any poche, used to extend up to the north, which is an area that's now indicated as planted space. Okay, number 5, the board finds that the proposed project complies with hillside design guidelines since the massing does step down with the roughly parallel to the topography. Great, we have not made any changes to the massing. The board understands that the applicant is working with the existing structure and is contained by that circumstance. The same, we appreciate that acknowledgement. Number 7, the board understands the majority of proposed glazing is south-facing. Therefore, any large expanses of glass, such as the entry stair that faces the neighbors directly from either the east or west, shall be diffused in nature with some kind of ground glass or diffused glass, or with some kind of privacy screening in a manner similar that has already been accomplished with wood slats. We've actually, since you last saw the project, we revised the design of those wood slats, which are shielding that south-facing glass, to be a much more dense pattern. It was, when you saw it, about 50% transparent, and I don't know what it is now, but probably more like 15% or less. And that's because we changed the slat from a 2x2, alternating 2x2s with 1.5-inch spaces, to what you're seeing here, which is a 1x5 with a small, I think that's maybe a 1-inch or 1.5-inch space between each 1x6. So we have we've reduced the amount of visible glass on the south-facing side and increased privacy. Okay, number 8, the applicant is encouraged to continue efforts for an open, productive dialogue with adjacent neighbors. As you know, the project was appealed to the city council, so we did have to go through a very long and arduous process of considering the neighbors' comments, and because of the appeals process, we didn't have the opportunity to modify the design between the time you saw the project and the city council saw the project. So we didn't make any changes that are germane to the design. Number 9, the board requests to reduce the windows and raise window sill heights if possible to satisfy adjacent neighbors' privacy concerns. This isn't the way that we would satisfy privacy concerns, but we have made some reductions in the window length, specifically up on the highest level, and specifically proximate to the west neighbor, where I just showed that we pulled that deck away from the west neighbor. We also decreased the amount of openings adjacent to that west neighbor, and like I mentioned, increased the density of the privacy screening devices. Number 10, the board supports the proposed color and materials. We appreciate that. We have not made any substantive changes to the design in that way. Number 11, the NPO criteria have been met. I won't go through all of the criteria, but like I mentioned, we haven't modified the designs, and we have the design in a substantive way, and we have many pages of consultant documentation that we can flip through to review anything that you specifically want to see. Number 12, the hillside design district and slope lot criteria have been met. We haven't modified the design as it relates to those criteria. Number 13, the grading findings have been met. And the same thing, we have a near final grading and drainage plan as well as stormwater management plan in the set that we can glance at today as well. Okay.
Just to the applicant, you have about 4 minutes left.
Okay. Well, I better wrap up. I think I highlighted everything already that that is really relevant, and I want to make sure I give some time to Katie to flip through.
Okay.
any
So
updates to the
it would be
list.
helpful for us if we could see the drawings in a more holistic way. I understand that you've like just sort of scrolled through them as Mr. Weber has been talking, but I think it
Sure.
would be important for us to see the envelope and where you've delineated that glazing is going to be screened or it's going to be diffused, things of these nature.
Sure. I'll let Tony do a quick flip through.
So we've actually added some additional screening. So on the second floor as well as on this lower level screening wasn't previously present. I can zoom in, just ask me if you have a question. West side. And then here we have the same additional screening, which has been increased in density. Sorry, I'll go back one. And then again, additional screening at the third level and at the lowest level, this ground level here. Are there more specific areas you'd like to look at?
Is there anywhere where you have diffused or ground glass or translucent glass? I think there was something discussed at the stairwell. Are you dealing with that with slats now instead
It's
of?
now dealt with
Okay.
slats, yeah.
Thank you.
For a more holistic approach.
Okay.
Okay, will you scroll to the landscape for me? Thank you. So there's no significant changes with landscape. We've just developed our plans further. So if you scroll up to the beginning and just click. Yeah. So this is our tree protection plan. I've already gone through this, no changes there. If you go to the next plan, this is our lighting. So we're just doing path lighting, that fixture there, and then step lighting. Those are our only landscape lighting. Go to the next sheet. This just shows we did our irrigation plan. Everything is low water or moderate water for some fruit trees. Keep scrolling. If you go to the layout plan, so we just developed further our materials palette. The visioning is still the same, as permeable as possible. Lots of gravel, the poured in place pavers, and you can see kind of an image of the steps that bleed into the landscape. And then we have a stacked boulder wall at the bottom near the pool, and just more boulders and feeling more naturalistic towards the bottom. And then just want to bring up fencing along the property line. This was called out before, but 6-foot high fencing along the sides and lower 42 inches in the back. That's a hog wire, and it's just horizontal boards for the sides. Keep going to our planting. So we just developed the planting further. In the front of the property, we have evergreen olive trees to help with the elevation and at the street level. So there's 3 at the front, and then we have 1 as you go down the secondary pedestrian path there. And then there's large oaks in the back that are all being protected. It's predominantly native in the back, and then we have the water-wise lush, very green grasses in the front. And and then the other significant important thing to call out, which was on the plans previously, is a podocarpus hedge on the property lines on the sides. And we're putting in a 24-inch box, so that would be almost 8 feet right in installation. Happy to answer any questions. That's a quick go through.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does that complete your presentation? You've got 29 seconds left on the clock.
Yep. We'll fill anything else in questions if you've got any.
Okay, great. Would anybody like to, oh, we need to provide an opportunity for public comment. So we will open this item up to public comment for those who are present or online. And I'm going to ask Ms. Sefel if she would please manage that process for us.
Thank you, Chair Kalas. I'll start with in-person public comment. I do have 7 slips for requests to speak, and I'll start with Michael Marzola. If you would please make your way to the podium, you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, once again. Michael Marzola, 1269 Farello Road. 1265 Farello Road, addressing the 1269 Farello Road project. I want to thank you for your continued review of this project. Since our appeal, we've learned that the City Council is no longer going to be considering, oops, sorry. All right, shall I start over? Okay. Since our appeal, we've learned that the City Council is no longer going to be considering SFDB appeals, and that these appeals will now be sent to the Planning Commission. We understand the City Council does not feel that they had the expertise to evaluate SFDB appeals, and that our appeal continued to be contributed to the modification of the appeal process. Given that, we feel that our concern deserves additional consideration on your part before a final determination is made. Our neighbor Derek Booth made our appeal to the City Council. Derek has extensive experience in planning, with extensive experience working with city and county governments. He helped us prepare a carefully researched and detailed presentation that identified several inconsistencies in the 1269 project. Did you read his recent letter to the SFDB? I assume you did. I know that the City Council maybe did or didn't understand it. And to this view, his presentation of our appeal on April 11th to the City Council, the discrepancies outlined in our presentation have not been resolved. For instance, page 2 of the City Council resolution states that the project is a complete demolition of an existing residence to be replaced by new construction. We are left wondering, what is the actual square footage of this new construction going to be? The plans list 3 different figures. Which figures are you approving? The City Council finding states the proposed structure will read as 1 story from Farello Road. Who will enforce this when the building goes up 3 stories? We request the SFDB does not approve these plans until they've been revised and the applicant addresses the City Council's findings. I was going to mention the screening. We were required to put up a concrete board screening, and not slats. We had addressed this. We potentially could have used slats. They told us, no, you've got to use concrete board. Just wanted to close with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, I'm going to call the next 2. Please forgive me if I say this name incorrectly, which Gupta Elapola and Miss Rose Willis, if you could please approach the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Can you make sure to reset the clock for the speakers as well?
It's Vijay Gupta, Alepola. I live on 1280 Farello Road. I call it the Adobe House, Spanish Adobe. I'm going to read my comments on the phone, if you don't mind. If I get it up there. I appeal to the board not approve the construction of a 3rd floor as proposed by 1269 Farello Road. The proposed 3rd floor will forever, in uppercase, severely obstruct the ocean city view from my house. 1269 Farello Road already has a non-obstructive view of the ocean and the city. It is disappointing and unfair that the proposed reconstruction of 1269 will forever rob me of the similar view currently enjoyed and appreciated by 1269. I'm also very concerned about the construction of the neighborhood, precedence on the neighborhood, and the negative impact on the property value of the neighborhood. Thank you for considering my deep misgivings of the 3rd floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
To enter into the record. Sure. I'm giving her a copy of the resolution from
Can you-
the
Sorry, can you speak into the microphone? It's for people viewing on TV and then just for audience members and the board.
Oh, okay, I gave her a copy of the resolution from the city council.
Thank you.
There seem to be several discrepancies between the plans submitted for 1269 Farello Road and the resolution from city council. Page 4 of the city council resolution states that decks and balconies are located more than 15 feet from the property line. The submitted plans, and this is on A202 in the plans, submitted plans show the second-story deck extending to the edge of the new building, which is 10 feet from the property line. This needs to be corrected on the plans to comply with the Good Neighbor guidelines. As stated in the city council resolution, the deck should be back from the property line by 15 feet on both sides. The resolution states the third story has a balcony small and freestanding. The plans show a deck. There are 3 different figures on the plans for square footage. Which one is the board approving? Section 4 of the resolution states that the owner shall reduce the second floor plate height by a foot. This needs correction on the plans. There's conflicting information on the plans. Reduce the windows and raise the window sills. I couldn't find a reduction on the plans. The resolution refers to existing window slats as privacy screens, and you can look through slats. I request that the board not approve these plans as submitted until they're revised and accurate and we have a chance to review them. It is not evident that the plans conform to the City Council's resolution. Section 4 of the resolution gives instructions to the applicant to follow. I request that the board make these corrections and an appropriate revision be made by the owner and submitted for review to the board and the public. The public needs to understand where changes were made, and the plans need to be accurate and transparent. Thank you for your oversight.
Thank you.
Up next, we will call Richard Venegas and Emma Brinkman. Please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Richard Venegas. I live on 1266 Farella Road. I don't live there. It's our home. My daughter's living there right now. But when we first moved in, the neighbor moved in right afterwards, and he started thinking about developing. And it was going to cause quite a stir. So I let him come into my house and see what he was going to be blocking, what I was going to be losing. And he didn't realize the impact that he was going to be bringing onto the community, plus the inconvenience to me. So we were able to work it out. I had to give in a little bit. I lost some of the view on the east side, looking down. And now I look at the Arlington, and I think, God, I'm going to lose this view too. I just don't feel that it's right to not welcome a new neighbor in. I was welcomed in, and I feel saddened by this. But I hope that you guys give and take and understand what the community, the impact it is for the community there. And if the owner realizes what he's causing. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emma Brinkman, and I reside at 1261 Farella Road. I would like to make the following comments for the public record. The landscape plan shows the removal of 3 trees located in the front setback. A permit is required for the removal of these trees, and any tree in the front setback with a trunk diameter of over 4 inches. And we kind of address a little bit of a trust issue. So I just want to make sure that a permit will be pulled before any of these trees are removed. An application for removal is submitted to the Street Tree Advisory Committee for a hearing, which is then followed with a site visit at that time. The trees are tagged so that the neighbors are informed that removal or substantial alterations are requested. The committee then makes a decision, oftentimes with recommendations for replacement of the trees that they prefer, or where those trees will be placed on the lot. The project then moves to Parks and Recreation Commission for their oversight and final approval or denial. We would like to be assured that the permit for these removals will be issued before these trees are removed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Charlie Boss and Consuelo Benavides. If you could please approach the podium, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi again. I want to kind of set aside all these square footages that have to do with determining the FAR ratio and talk about what I found on the plans, and I'm sure you're aware of. It says the gross footage is 5,007 feet. Our house is 1,600 square feet. Our neighbors, or rather the project neighbors on the other side, their house is about 1,600 square feet. The gentleman who was just talking, his house is, I think, considerably less than that, and he's directly across the street. And the other neighbor directly across the street is about approximately the same thing, 16, maybe 1,700 square feet. As you go down the street, and by the way, these lots are narrow lots. They're what, 50 or 60 square feet on the street dimension? Most of the houses are in the approaching 2,000 or mid 2,000 square feet. I don't know that there's any on the street that are even 3,000 square feet. And this run of Corral Road, the nearest perhaps 20 houses. 5,007 square feet, 1,600 square feet. So I have a question. My question is, by what process do you come up with the conclusion that this is compatible with the neighborhood? I would challenge you to tell us how that process works. Through what process, what is your thinking on this? I hope you make that public sometime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Consuelo Benavides. I'm at 1277 Farello to the west of 1269 Farello. I sent a letter today, and unfortunately my computer skills are really poor, so I think you received the letter too late, and there are a few issues that I'd really like you to consider prior to your approval. First of all, Mr. Weber, he addressed the mechanical box that is not included in the FAR or whatever. There are 2 units in that that you're going to have there that will be housed adjacent to our fence as well as right on our bedroom. We have talked about the proximity of 1269 Farello to our house, and we're in the Moody house on the west side, and it is right on our backs. I'm sorry, I don't mean to seem rude, but it is right there. So we will have these mechanical air conditioners, and I don't know if it's the pool, the solar pool, that you'll have in there running as well, to do the filtering of the pool. So we're very concerned about that and hope you consider that. Secondly, the portacarpuses that are on page 52, we don't know of any portacarpuses that are on at 1269 Farello. So I think you're referring to R3 that we planted because we had the existing hibiscus die from ground rot, and they've been growing for 2 to 3 years, and we do not want those removed. So we are really really concerned about that. The reflection of the windows, we want to make sure that it's not right down into our bedroom, our deck, our living room. I mean, they're going to see all of that from the plans if they go through. Lastly, let's see, the the protectiveness of our property and all the properties around. I'm so sorry, my time is up. When they do all the demolishing and the cement and everything is flying around, how are they going to protect our house, our shrubs, and everything around? Well, they have specific coverings and nets to make sure that it doesn't cause health issues. I have asthma, my husband has COPD, and so health-wise, as well as well-being, we're really concerned.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
At this time, I will move to virtual public comment. Excuse me, via Zoom. I see that we do have a hand raised, so I'm going to allow Derek Booth to speak. Derek, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Derek Booth. I live at 25 Rubio Road, just around the corner from the project, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you on this project yet again, and I apologize for not being present today. I trust you can recognize some substantial differences between your January findings and the plans now before you. And so before considering whether final approval is appropriate, I really hope you will ask the applicant 2 questions and then give your staff time to review their answers. First, where are the sheets that show which portions of the gross floor area have been excluded from the calculation of net floor area? Do those areas align with the city's definition of net floor area? And it's substantial. Over about 1/3 of the entire square footage of this property has been excluded through means that we actually have never actually seen. Secondly, what was the source of your closest neighbor's square footages, and how did you determine that they should be represented to this board as net rather than gross values? Again, we've never seen where those numbers came from, although we have a fairly clear suspicion that they came straight from the assessor and that they are not net and that we're not comparing apples to oranges. The reason we continue to appear before you is because this proposal is more than twice the size of nearly every other house in the neighborhood, just as Charlie said. And this is so obvious that it's difficult to understand why anyone could find this proposal compatible with the neighborhood. And with every submission, we've seen this project getting bigger, not smaller, now with an FAR of 87%. And to the applicant, this value came straight from the city's own FAR spreadsheet downloaded from the web, which makes no statement about deductions for mechanical rooms and residential structures, and states that the FAR percentage is rounded up. We really hope that you will look at these findings, look at the record, and you can fulfill your role in this design review process. Thank you.
Thank you.
That will conclude virtual public comment. We did receive several letters. The letters were from Rose Willis, Michael Marzola, Derek Booth, James and Emma Brinkman, Wijigupta Elapola, Stephen McMillan, James and Emma Brinkman, Derek Booth, excuse me, and Stephanie Moret. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair Kalas.
Thank you. Okay. I guess I'm going to, there's a couple things that it seems like need to be clarified, but I think I'm just going to go ahead and let the board begin to ask their questions, and then we'll see what clarifications come out of that, and if necessary, I'll ask for further clarification as we move through the questioning process. Would anybody care to start?
I'll go first. Our screens have gone black. Is your screen black? Is that what's going on? Will you? Oh, okay. Thanks. Once you're up on the computer and we can see it, you walked us through some of the plan changes, but if you can just go plan by plan of anything else that changed from your last drawing to now. We've all reviewed them, but just to make sure we're on the same page. And it seems like the slats, the mechanical has changed, adding the box up on the third floor and reducing the balcony size. So if you can just walk us through that.
Sure. Let me get to the right one. So this is the area in question, this flex space, where previously there was a mechanical space accessible directly from the exterior.
So since you're zoomed in, it'll help us and it'll help everybody if you can proceed your commentary by orienting everybody to where we're at. Are we on the ground level? Are we on the mid-range level? Are we on the roof? I think it'll help everybody in the room.
To use maybe a common language, this would be the middle of those levels. This is the flex space, so it's directly accessible to the exterior. This is where previously there was a mechanical space, which was not counted towards that area once that was removed. So there were demising walls that were removed. That is the change that has happened in this location.
Is there any other change on this plan?
Not on this plan.
Okay.
I take that back. We did add screening. If you can see where my cursor is, we added additional screening here. So it protects against the adjacent property.
Okay. And then on the lower level?
The main item here is the density of the screening, which we looked at in elevation previously. So that's the revision that you'll see at this level.
And that wraps all the way around. And then on the top level?
And then as we go up here, this piece of glazing is now fixed. It was previously accessible. Because it is fixed now, we've added a planter. So we've reduced the size of that balcony. We've also reduced the amount of glazing here at this location. That had in part to do with this small wall that was added.
And then you changed the slats down here. And then the other question is, did you guys consider at all a roof to the utility structure to help with sound?
A roof to this portion here on the middle level. I'll go down one. Most mechanical equipment requires a certain amount of venting. That was a driver. Right now, this is listed as a maximum of 51 decibels, which is less than the requirement of 60.
Perfect.
And it's shielded horizontally from
Which is-
acoustically. It's shielded in the horizontal.
Which are
direction.
these three walls you see here.
Okay.
Did that get everything you were asking us to do? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else with questions?
I have some questions. Yeah, so I look at us as a team always in a win-win, and probably where we left off in January, the biggest thing, a condition that we asked for was the reduction in the plate height. And I understand wall plate versus structural 1'8". And I just was hoping to see, some kind of compromise there for us to meet to final approval today. So I guess I'm asking that question one last time. I don't see any changes there from the previous submittal. So can you confirm that? You manipulated the dimensions, clarified that, but the plate height didn't change what we asked, correct?
You want to take that one? Yeah, we didn't manipulate any dimensions. The dimensions are clearly shown and accurate. So I just want to dispel any notion that we're trying to do some like a shell game with dimensions, where our dimensions, I think, are very clear. And no, we have not changed plate height, floor to ceiling height, since the last time you saw it, other than by fractions of an inch related to constructability and finishes like drywall and stuff like that. So it's like, even though we're showing here 10-foot ceiling height, it's actually 9 foot 11 1/4 or something like that, or 3/4. Yeah, excuse me. So in a flat roofed house like this, we don't have the opportunity to vault ceilings or have have more vertical space. So, and that's good. It's good in a neighborhood like this where people above us want to be able to see over us. So it's, even though the plate height, let me just compare it to a traditional architectural style, like a Spanish style house might have a plate height of 8 foot, but it has a ridge which extends up to 12 feet or 15 feet. We have 2 flat pancakes, and we don't have any vaulted space. So we're trying to keep the house as low as possible. But there's a breaking point at which our clients just won't consider. And for a living room for a house like this, they don't like 10 feet either. Like that's lower than our clients are comfortable with. So that's a breaking point for this project. In the upper level in the bedroom, it's a little bit different because the spaces are secondary and the spaces are smaller. So a 9-foot ceiling height in there is more acceptable.
Okay. I think it is a balance of the neighborhood compatibility and the massing, and that was the inference behind the condition. Is we're hearing all the comments with the public, and we're asking for a compromise. It could have came back with compromising 3rd floor or lower level, 6 inches, 3 inches, something. So not seeing anything today is a little bit frustrating on that side for me. I think that there is maybe an educational side that I'd love for you to go over in more detail for the neighborhood in regards to, I had in my notes that the proposed overall height was only 6 foot higher than the existing residence. So I think that there's a lot of question around how the existing house is labeled, in regards to garage, 1st floor, and the top of the roof versus what you have now, garage, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. So if you can help us or everyone in-house explain, street view of the garage is X higher, 2 feet higher than the existing, and the 3rd floor that is the top of the ridge of the roof of the existing is only 6 foot higher. I think that would help everybody with the height issues, the massing issues, which is related to the plate heights.
There will be order in this room during this meeting. If everybody in the gallery cannot maintain order, then I will ask you to remove yourself from the gallery. Okay, it's been a contentious item since the beginning, but there will be order in this room. You can leave. You need to leave the room now. I'm sorry. You're out of order. You need to leave the room. You need to be patient and allow the process to work and the information to come out. You have had your opportunity to talk. You need to leave now. I'm sorry that you can't stay. This is difficult stuff. We're dealing with emotions. We're dealing with neighborhood issues. I understand. This is a place where order needs to be maintained. I will maintain it. And if I have to adjourn the meeting, I will do that until tempers quiet themselves. Ms. Anderson, please continue.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the designer and architect if you can show us the existing elevation, basement, 1st floor roof with the heights, and then go to your proposed, and maybe you want to call them the same thing so we're all on the same page. You know what I'm saying? Level 1, level 2, level 3, because I think that the naming is confusing people.
I'll give it an attempt. And again,
Okay.
we're not trying to come up with a naming system that's misleading. So, if you look at the elevation, the south-facing elevation, which is in the top right corner of this screen,
Mm-hmm.
you see the main level, which is, Tony, could you highlight or just point to the main level? Yeah, that's the main living level. Let's call that level.
Or you're calling that second floor.
Yeah, let's call it 2.
Okay.
And
Right.
then below that, there's, what a lot of people refer to as a walkout basement or a lower level.
Right.
Let's call that 1.
Yep.
And then what's not existing in the existing house, which is shown here, is level 3.
Right. And so level 3 is the roof.
An addition above the main level, yeah.
Will you actually zoom in on elevation 4? I think that would be the most helpful one. It's over on the bottom left, to be able to indicate where above the existing garage that's shown on the left side.
It might help if we just talk about elevations above sea level, for absolute elevations, rather than getting into this 10-foot, 11-foot. So I'm looking at 244 feet, 1.5 inches, plus 14 feet, 10 inches, which, if I'm doing the math right, that puts us at 258 and 11.5 inches. Perhaps somebody can confirm that. I'm assuming that'd be above sea level.
Then you had 15.
I had 244 plus 14 is 258. And then we have 10 inches and 1.5 inches. So that's 258
So
feet, 11.5 inches.
I have from the new one, the garage is at 265, which would mean from the, let's say, main level, the middle level was at 244. So that goes now up to 21, and it was at like 15 and whatever, we zoom back in on that number, 15, 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There you go.
That puts us at what, approximately 7 feet above existing?
I think,
5 feet.
if I may, at our last hearing, well, let's go back 2 hearings ago, you guys asked us to do some exhibits to answer this question. And we did those exhibits, and we presented them to you. Would it be helpful if we flipped back to those exhibits where we've underlaid the existing residence and showed the proposed on top of it? I think it's right there if you click on it.
If you have that available, and I feel this is more for the public side to educate in regards to third floor versus roof and just understand it better, if that makes sense.
I think it's on the elevations, Tony, where we underlaid the we drew a dashed line of the elevation of the existing house. No, it was.
It's, I think, okay, we did a calculation here based on the elevations above sea level, and the proposed new height of the total house is 5 feet above the height of the existing house, for the record. 5 feet, 2 inches.
Yeah, and I did my calculation wrong because I added 14 feet 10, not 15 feet 10. So in terms of, yeah.
Was it a supplemental exhibit?
Yeah, I think you're right, Holly.
I can
Do you have it handy,
pull
or
it
maybe
up,
you could
or-
dig around for that?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
So that's the main house. The garage from the street view, I had as 1'6" higher, or wait, the proposed is, but, I mean, there are 2 components, right? What you see from the street and then the highest height of your, so do we need to confer those, just so everybody's understanding? Here's the existing, where, I think, I don't know, just help with the clarity.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize, Ms. Anderson. We weren't.
That's okay.
We went through this at the last
That's
meeting,
okay.
both with you and with City Council. So we weren't thinking we would need to go through this again. But maybe Holly, were you able to find those exhibits?
I have the exhibit if you want to go through it.
Sure.
I guess
let's do it.
Chair Kalas, may I address the board? So I just want to remind everybody and members of the public as well that this project received project design approval, was appealed, and then upheld. The City Council upheld the decision. So the purview of this board today is to look at, again, does this project that is before you in the plan substantially conform to what City Council upheld and what you granted project design approval for, and the details, and again, the conditions that you added as part of project design approval. That is the lens at which you should review this project. So I just want to be careful entering territory of things of the mass, bulk, and scale that have already been addressed and already been decided, I should say.
My whole point on the question, just a comment on that, is we still have plenty of public comment. So I'm just trying to address that primarily. And it's based off of the condition of the reduced play height as well. So, I mean, that's okay. We can drop it and move forward. I just was hoping to provide that clarity to everybody so that we can move forward.
Could I respond to that? I totally appreciate that, and we wanted to make sure that we addressed that really thoroughly as well. You know, we read the motion. We see it reduce it to 10 foot 8 inches. We contacted staff, who I believe contacted the chair of the SFDB to verify what plate height meant, so that we could make sure we're calculating it correctly. We got confirmation from staff that yes, we are. Our plate height, as proposed in these plans, is 8 feet less than you requested it to be in the motion.
8 feet or
Sorry,
8
8 inches less.
Okay, well, I'll get to that during my commentary and questions. Is there anything else that you have, Ms. Anderson?
Okay, moving forward. Sorry. So thank you for providing the east-west stair slats. Are they removable on slides? Or are they fixed on the east and west side?
Slats are only removable for the purposes of window cleaning. So it is frankly not the easiest procedure, but it can be done only in the case of window cleaning. Yes.
Okay. Then if you could go through just the dimensions of the side yard, interior yard setbacks on the decks and balconies for us. One more time, apologize. But I know you made a change, but you didn't give us the dimension on, side yard setbacks that everybody's concerned about.
Understood. I think the primary concern was what they're calling a deck, which is in fact a ballast roof. To our deck, we have 19 foot 8 inches setback, which is the white portion you see here. So from the nearest property line, it's 19 feet 8 inches. The remaining area, which is hatched, is only ballast roof, and it's not intended for occupancy, nor is it engineered as such.
And the opposite side, the west side?
Oh, this is significantly further. I can get a dimension on that.
25 feet.
25 or, maybe 30 feet.
You made a comment too that with the appeal and neighborhood conversation, that you didn't have time to make any adjustments to address some of the neighbors' concerns from the appeal. Is there anything that you can share that, you're presenting a final approval, so if there are changes that you're going to make due to satisfying neighbors, we need to know about them. So, did I misunderstand that?
I think my point I was trying to make is that when we have a project where we get a project design approval from you that was hard won. We went through a lot of work with neighbors, with our clients, with yourself to arrive at that approval. And then we got appealed and we go to city council and get another approval. Now we have 2 approvals. We don't want to change it at all. Because we change one thing and we get dragged back through this process and get scrutinized, and it costs us months of time. So, no, we're not going to change anything of substance other than the things that we have to change for value engineering, meaning engineering the project to make it buildable, and for constructability, working with the engineering trades, structural, mechanical, electrical engineers.
Thank you. Ms. Grafiti?
Most of my questions have been answered. I guess one just clarification is the tree removal in the front and the protocol you're following.
Yeah, so I mean, the city can answer this, but as it goes through the process, if it does need that committee to approve it, I'm very confident it will be approved. The conditions currently are unhealthy, awkward growing trees. It's on our tree protection plan, like an awkward tree bush shape, pineapple guava, bottle brush tree, and then a jacaranda that are all, not looking great. So the intent was to improve with cohesiveness, an evergreen tree, an fruitless olive that will go in mature and healthy, and they grow 2 feet a year. So it's going to provide an improvement to the existing condition. And I'm confident that when it goes through the process, it'll get approved.
Okay, great. And then one other, again, just clarification. I know this got brought up in a couple ways, but just want to confirm there were no changes to windows in any way, shape, or form, just the addition of the slats for privacy.
Mostly correct, other than the very small changes related to usability and constructability. So like the portions of which some windows are operable versus non-operable, exact sizes, within inches.
Okay.
Tony pointed out one opening on the upper level that was reduced by a matter of feet.
Okay.
But no changes that other than those that I think are worth pointing out.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay. Can you tell us how far the mechanical equipment is from the side yard setback on I believe that's the east side?
Sorry, I'm used to having Bluebeam review
Let's
where I
just be
can measure
clear.
it.
Let's just be clear. North is which way on the page? Thank
I
you.
apologize. You can see north facing this direction.
Thank
over
you.
Here.
Okay, so it's on the west side, I'm sorry.
East is below, page south.
Yeah, top of the page we're calling west.
Okay.
It's not exactly west, but for all intents and purposes, that's west.
Okay.
So that's probably, to the equipment itself, it's probably 12 feet from the fence, from the property line. Yeah. Then there's a wall that encloses the equipment.
So the equipment structure is maybe, I'm just scaling it based on your 6 foot 10 inch dimension. It's maybe 5 feet, 6 feet from property line to the enclosure itself.
Approximately.
And it has no roof on it, but it meets decibel levels.
Correct.
And is that equipment, are those heat pumps serving the residents, or is that pool or mechanical equipment?
Heat pump serving the residents. They're not pool equipment.
Okay. So just to address one of the public commenters' issues, this is mechanical equipment for the house. They tend to be pretty quiet, actually, compared to a traditional condensing unit or things we're into a whole different sort of design and what we call HVAC systems these days because of California Title 24 energy requirements. So pretty confident you won't suffer from a lot of noise as a result of this. Could you address the podocarpus question about 1277 and what's being proposed versus what is remaining or what is existing possibly on a neighbor's property from what we're hearing, and whether what exactly, I just want clarification there. And if there's any proposal for maintenance of podocarpus, because it grows like a weed It'll be 15 to 20 feet in 2 years, and what's happening there, and has it been discussed with that common property line neighbor?
Let's zoom into that plan on that north side so we can get a close look at that. So there's two issues there. I'll just start describing the issue while they're pulling that up. Our neighbor to the west has planted a few podocarpus, and 3 sounds right. I can't remember exactly. On their side of the property, and I'm guessing that those were planted because they wanted to increase the level of their privacy. So those are their podocarpus. They're on their property. We're not messing with them. We're not touching them.
Okay.
We're proposing new privacy screening on our side of the property line, which Katie is going to point out.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion. We are adding, if you look at the property line to the west and the east, we're adding mature podocarpus hedging to increase the privacy. Just on the other side of the property line, on that west side is an existing bamboo hedge, and that's why I have that hatch, that bubble right there. So it's like a double privacy right there. But the intent is to put in mature podocarpus to.
It's actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, Katie.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I've looked at this from both sides of the fence so much
Yeah.
that I know what's going on right here. There's a fence. There's actually 2 fences, one on our side of the line, one on their side of the line. Both fences terminate about here. Sorry, a little farther back, about right here. So see where the existing house is, and you all walked on this corner of the house down the sideline. Right about where the existing house terminates, both of the fences terminate. And then just south of the fence, on the neighbor's side of the property line, there's some podocarpus right in here. And then once the fence starts, on the neighbor's side of the fence, actually, now that I think about it, I can't remember if it's on the neighbor's side or our side, but there is some bamboo right in
Yeah,
here
it's
too,
kind
and
of
it's
a
not very
blend.
dense. It's not dense enough to provide adequate screening, so that's why we have proposed this contiguous podocarpus screening on our side, just to make sure that there's really dense, adequate landscape screening that we can control on our side of the property line.
And as I mentioned, we're proposing a 24-inch box, which is quite large, right at install.
Has there been any discussion with the westerly neighbor about maintenance of that hedge?
No, you mean their neighbor, their property line hedge, or?
No, what you're proposing.
It's been on the plans from the beginning, that we'd have this hedging, so no
Okay.
direct.
We're not going to be asking the neighbor to maintain landscape on our property, nor are we going to propose to maintain landscape on their property, but our client, the property owner, will be maintaining the landscape on his property with a weekly maintenance program.
Okay.
Chair Class, may I add something? We have hedge height restrictions on interior setbacks as well, which
Yep.
is under, it's a land use regulation. So if it exceeds a certain height, there could be a complaint initiated, and then, again, enforcement would follow up, and you either get approval to exceed that hedge height, or, again, you bring it down and to kind of be maintained.
Okay. Can you tell us where the pool equipment is going to be maintained, if there's pool equipment on the project?
Yes, at the moment, the pool equipment is being planned for the lower level basement area, so within the confines of the home itself in the basement.
Okay. I'd like to ask staff to pull up the city council resolution, please. I'd like to see the language in that. Specifically looking for the language regarding the height reduction. And for everyone's clarification, including those in the public who are hearing that I had a conversation about plate height, I was asked for the definition of plate height by staff. I was not asked for that definition in context of this project. They simply asked me, what is the definition of a plate height? I provided that to them. There's a larger issue here going on in my mind, and that's what I'm trying to get at right now. So bear with me as I try to drill down on this, okay?
Chair Claus, board members, it's under section 4 as reflected on the screen.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the second part of this condition first. Have any sill heights been raised to address privacy issues? I think earlier in your presentation you said that maybe some had, or maybe glazing was reduced, and I know we've talked about that on the upper level and how some of them have narrowed down, but I'm just wondering if any sill heights have changed.
Tony, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the right exhibit for you. Give me one moment. So the glazing reduction, as I mentioned, is primarily at the primary bedroom here and the western side of that sliding set of windows. The fixed window glazing at the bathtub, both the sill height and the operation of that were modified.
Okay, so can you tell me how far the sill height was raised, please?
Let's see.
I think while Tony's grabbing that, the spirit of the condition is to increase privacy.
Mm-hmm.
And raising a sill height from a window that hits the floor up a foot or 2 feet or even 3 feet doesn't increase privacy because
Well, it
your
might
eyeballs
if it's a bathroom. It might if it's a bathroom, depending upon the use right in front of
it would
us.
increase our privacy, right? But I don't think that was what the condition. The condition was to increase the privacy of the neighbor. So impede the ability for somebody on this property to look at them, not the other way around. So raising a sill a foot off the floor isn't going to contribute to that. So we have taken measures that will contribute to that, such as providing another layer of privacy screening on the northern side of the main living space.
I'm just asking for a simple question to the answer. How far has the sill height come up? That's all I need. I don't need commentary. I just need the answer.
Understood. And I apologize, I misspoke. The sill height was not raised. A planter was added in front of it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now for the bigger issue. We've got a semantical issue going on, don't we? In terms of plate height, and the intent of this board when we last met, and that was carried over into the city council resolution, was that the height on that floor be reduced by a foot, from 11.8 to 10.8, okay? Now, it said plate height, and I understand that that's a semantical issue, but if we went back to the video that those minutes substantiate, I would imagine that in that context, the intent was for that floor level to be reduced by a foot. Has it been reduced?
Well,
Just an answer.
I
Just
would,
an answer.
with all due respect, I would disagree that it's a semantical issue. It's a technical issue. And yourself as an architect and myself as an architect, we know what plate height means. And we double checked to make sure that
Did you look back at the video, or did you just read the meeting minutes, Mr. Weber?
we didn't just read the meeting minutes. We also verified with staff.
Listen, this has been an emotional topic. This has been an emotional meeting. I get emotional because I'm having to mediate between everybody. So there's a very real possibility that when I made this motion, I said plate height rather than floor-to-floor height. I could have made a mistake because I'm human. But the intent, and I have been in on this project for 2 years, just like you, was that this floor height be reduced. I recall clearly. My question to you is a very simple one. Has it been reduced?
I heard your question. You already asked that question during this hearing, and I answered that question.
Answer it again, please.
The plate height has not been reduced.
Thank you.
I don't know what your intent was. That's why we double checked. We have to have some reliable minutes to base our response off of.
I understand that. We do the best that we can as volunteers to ensure accuracy, and so does staff, okay? But you ask us to be benevolent with you sometimes, and we have to ask the same of you, and we have to ask for goodwill on both sides. And Mr. Weber, you know that the intention, you sat there across from the table, you knew that the intention was that the floor level be reduced. And I'm going to take exception with it, and everybody else on this board can make a decision that they want to make. And I'm not going to say what my position is going to be, but I'm just telling you that I recall the discussions and what the intention was.
Okay, I don't know what is inside of somebody's head that's not being
There's no question
stated.
on the table right now. So I'm done with my questions. Does any of the board have a comment?
I'll comment. I think that overall, the project meets the items that were listed previously for project design approval. I want to defend the plate height, and also I don't think the overall height would preclude me approving the project. Though I understand. I think the changes to adding the slots or the slats significantly helped with privacy, and even looking at your two elevations facing your neighbors, you have very minimal windows that are looking out regardless. It's quite solid. And I think that there's, I'm trying to make sure I hit on the other things. I think the glass comment, I think the wood slats fit not needing to do diffused glass. And would you mind pulling up real quick the comments maybe before, just so I can see if there's anything else to add? Scroll up, please.
Yeah, let me know if there's a specific section you'd like
Just
to
the first
see.
few. There we go. The third floor, there we go. Okay. And then I think overall, just to comment on some of the questions from neighbors too, in regards to size, bulk, and scale with FAR. FAR is a tool to use, but not the guiding principle on deciding scale. And the intent of the size, bulk, and scale is the perceived view from the street and from the public. So a building can be larger in actual area and still be perceived from the street to meet the overall size, bulk, and scale that's compatible with the neighborhood. So that's what we are deemed subjectively to review and decide. And so and we know, because it's been an ongoing thing with us and other projects, that we don't have the data for the architects and the other teams to be able to pull the exact square footage. So they're going off of, and we understand the difference between net and gross that's there. And that's a determinant that we use our professional expertise to understand and decide between. And I think also something important to note is that your private view is not within our purview here. It's, the privacy between neighbors and the general scale of the project, which I think that this continues to meet in regards to what was set forth previously. There you go.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Would either of you like to go next? Maybe you, Ms. Anderson, since you were next on questions?
Sure, yeah. The drawings are definitely complete, thank you. And we're here for final. And I get that, everybody wants to maximize development these days in neighborhoods, and it's tough with the major changes, but you want to do it once if you're going to maximize. So I guess I'm going to lead into, the comments, the FAR, the height, are combined for me. And honestly, I'm still struggling with the fact that, you didn't reduce the plate height that we asked. And I approach everything as a team. I look at our conditions to be met in one way or another. I mean, I know there's 1,000 different scenarios, 3 inches, something, when we're trying to juggle our comments, the public's comments, and fit it in. So I'm struggling to make an approval today with the fact that the plate height didn't change. I'm not concerned about the FAR. The 5'2" overall height change, plus or minus the 85%, 84.99, that's not a concern. I understand that. I'm not concerned about the windows, the reduced sills. I feel like you've addressed well the east and west neighborhood comments, the slats, the privacy beyond what normally we'd be looking for. So I'm happy with what you've done, and you've done a lot of work, and I really would like to make the approval today, but again, I'm still on the fence here about the height since it wasn't addressed, and I know that's coming from the owner, so I don't know, thinking about it.
Ms. Graffitti?
Okay, I agree with most of the comments said so far. I mean, we're here today to make sure this substantially conforms with what was approved at project design approval, and also, make sure we're good with the final details. I personally think that it's ready for final approval as long as the detailing with the FAR is correct. I know I've heard so many different things today. I want to make sure that's accurate if it is under 85%. In terms of plate height, I was at that meeting and I don't remember, I didn't rewatch it. I don't necessarily recall exactly the intent. I know from my perspective, that wasn't a requirement that I personally was driving in terms of reducing the plate height a foot. So I have no issues with the current plate height. It's a foot. I guess some could argue that's substantial. I think looking from the applicant's perspective, it would be more substantial, the loss in the volume. But at the end of the day, just looking at our guidelines and looking at the size, bulk, and scale, I really think that this is within it at the current plate height. So for me, I wouldn't require any changes. That's all.
I agree with most, but not everything that my co-board members have said. I do think you have addressed the privacy concerns on either side. I think the wood slats do that as well as a diffused glass would. I would like to see a condition placed on the project that, and I know that this is just part of standard zoning requirements anyhow, but I would like to see a condition in regards to maintenance of the height of the podocarpus on both sides, because I think if it grows out of control, there's going to be a lot of neighbors who are going to be upset about possible views, and I know that we don't have purview over private views, but there is a zoning ordinance that governs hedges and screening, and I don't think it would be an arduous burden on the owner for that to be a condition placed on the project. I'm not concerned about the location or sound of the mechanical equipment. I am concerned about the related FAR item as it may trigger zoning. So I'm not going to be in support of final approval today for that reason, as well as the fact that the intent of the comment regarding the reduction in height was not acted upon. And I understand that there is a technical or semantical issue there, but I think it was very clear what the intent was. And as I recall, the intention in reducing that was so that when one did see the home from the street, that it basically read as a one-story. Because if you reduce that down from a perspective standpoint, you're not popped up above the garage level, I believe it is, and it's more in keeping with our hillside design guidelines that try to step things down. So I cannot support a final approval today. If somebody else would like to make a motion, they're welcome to. I think it would be advisable, given the contentiousness of the project and the costs, if they would like to attempt a motion.
Yeah. I move to approve this project for final approval. Given that the plans significantly match the, that the plans have substantially conformed to the plans that received project design approval on January 17th. Do I have a second?
May I, Chair Class, through you to the motion maker, Board Member Lewis, it needs to also conform to City Council's resolution upholding that specific language that was used in the resolution as well. So it was project design approval, but then what was upheld at City Council, I just want to be clear
Make sure that it's
that
clear
you
in
also
there.
agree
Okay.
with that's
Yes.
understood as part of the motion, or would ask that you address that in your motion if you
you.
see fit.
That the project plans have substantially conformed to the plans that received project design approval from SFDB on January 17th and from City Council on, fill in the date.
April 11th.
April 11th, thank you. With the condition of maintenance of the podocarpus on the two adjacent neighboring sides of the property, and that the project meets the FAR guidelines.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
And again, part of my interruption, but I just want to be really specific to the motion for the FAR, that the project shall be less than 85%, and so that it would not trigger a zoning modification.
So to be clear, does it need to be less than 85, or can it be 85% or less?
85, I just want to verify the
It cannot be over 85%, I believe.
Ellen, is it enough that our language says that it meets the requirement, or no?
If I may, I think it's better to be explicit
Okay.
because it's confusing.
That's fair.
And I think that my preference from a motion making and being able to, if this were to move
Report
forward
back
in
in.
any way for
Okay.
process wise, that we are specific. So it can be 85% or less. So if, just so everybody understands, if the floor area exceeds 85% and it's the height of any structure on the lot is more than 25 feet, it triggers a zoning modification. Okay, so the motion, in order to capture the spirit of what I think you're trying to say, it could be 85% FAR or less.
Correct.
Okay, so before a vote is taken, I would like the motion that is on the table and as amended through commentary be read back to the board, please.
So what I have here is final approval with comments in compliance with project plans that conform to City Council, and those plan dates being April 11th, 2023. Condition of the plans with maintenance of the portacoppus. I hope I said that right. And then 3, the FAR shall be 85% or less. If it exceeds 85%, it will trigger a zoning motion. Modification.
Does the maker of the motion agree with that? it did not, when I heard it read back, it did not reference the date of our PDA.
Yes, I agree. The PDA, project design approval, so before the statement about city council, it should say that the plans have substantially conformed to the plans that received project design approval from SFDB on January 17th, 2023.
And to the maker of the motion, another question is, do you want to condition or clarify the condition in regards to maintenance? I would recommend that condition just clarify that the podocarpus hedges on either property line be maintained consistently in conformance with whatever the municipal zoning code is that governs hedges, screens, fences. Is that
Yes,
acceptable?
That is acceptable.
Okay.
To the motion maker, we're going to pull up so you can just to verify again what wouldn't require, just what standard allowance for interior setbacks.
Up to 14.
So it's a maximum hedge height of 8 feet, I think is what you're trying to say. And should this applicant down the road wish to explore something higher, they would have to get a minor zoning exception.
Okay. So if the condition can be read as maintaining the podocarpus, thank you, at 8 feet, at a maximum of 8 feet, on a regular basis to conform with the, do we list the regulation, or is that?
To the motion maker, there was no, the city council resolution did not specify height, so it's at your wish.
Okay.
It's section, can you just read that section number? It's 30.140.110
for fences and hedges.
Perhaps
Thank
we could
you.
just reference that.
Yeah, if you can just reference, because our screens all went black, so.
Oh, okay.
That'd be great.
Okay, so just to confirm, has the maker of the motion accepted the motion as read back and?
And with our
Okay.
edits, yes.
And then to the seconder of the motion, are those also acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Could we please take a roll call?
Yes. Thank you. Chair Collas,
No.
Vice Chair Anderson,
No.
Board Member Gaffidy,
Yes.
Board Member Lewis.
Yes.
Is that a quorum?
I'll make another motion if that's okay. That,
Motion
Pardon
failed.
my interruption. If you would just clarify for the audience what happened with that motion?
Motion failed.
Okay.
Okay, to the maker of the original motion?
I move to continue this project to consent with the modifications of reducing the second level, middle level, by 1 foot in height. I want to be specific. Let me go. To a plate height of 9 feet from floor to ceiling. And with the previous conditions made in the previous motion to maintain the podocarpus at 8 feet on a regular basis, and to limit the FAR at 85% or less.
Do we have a second? I'll second that. So we have a motion on the table. Can we please take a roll call?
Chair Collas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Can I add a comment to the condition, the 9-foot condition? I mean, I'm looking for an overall reduction, whether it's on the
Like
second
9,
floor
6. Oh, anywhere.
or on the third floor or the basement. I I mean,
That's fair.
and
I will remake my motion.
I might recommend that we use a floor-to-floor height number rather than a plate height number. It may clarify.
Yeah. Okay. So if you can strike the language about the second story, and if the overall height of the building, which is currently at 34 feet, 8 inches and 3/8, be reduced by 1 foot, with the remaining of the motion staying the same.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Could we please take a roll call?
Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Graffitti,
Yes.
Board Member Lewis,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I know that everybody for all of the items has been very patient, but I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess so that we can take care of our personal requirements, and then we'll be back to continue. are going to reconvene the Single Family Design Board hearing for October 23rd. And we are going to move on to item 2, and I want to thank everybody for their patience. So item 2 is 501 East Pedregosa Street. This is a proposal to construct a 382 square foot 2-car garage with a roof deck accessed off an existing deck. Staff hearing officer review and approval is required for setback modifications to allow the garage to encroach in the required front and interior setback, and also for an open yard modification to allow the open yard to be reduced to accommodate new deck stairs. The proposed total of 3,083 square feet on a 6,274 square foot lot is 112% of the maximum guideline floor to lot area ratio. No appealable action will take place at this hearing. Neighborhood preservation findings in Hillside Design District and slope lot findings will be required for project design approval. The project was last reviewed on August 28th, 2023.
Chair Colossus, if I may.
Yes, please.
The case planner is Pilar Plummer, and she's not here at the moment, so I will do my best to answer any questions the board has. But ultimately, they're here again for continued concept review, just seeking general supportive comments on the aesthetic appropriateness of the modifications in order to move forward to the staff hearing officer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was going to be my question, whether this had gone to the staff hearing officer yet. So if you could please introduce yourselves for the record. A little reminder that unless the light is really lit up, it's not on. And then I'll just ask you to go through the comments from our last meeting and any changes that you've made to address those comments or neighbors' concern. That would be great.
I'm Susan Sherwin. I'm the architect for the project. This is Allison French. She lives at the property, and her father, Michael French, who's one of the owners of the property. Okay, so going through the comments from last time, studies, screening options. We listened to your comments. We met with the tenants next door. The owner does not live on the property. We met with the tenants a week or so later and talked about really what we were planning. I think they were envisioning that the garage was the full height of the building plus the railing, that was all going to be quite solid. And so we explained to them that it was not, and that in fact the actual building was only going to be about 18 inches above the height of their existing fence. So they were interested to hear that. And we adjusted our plans. We talked through them, and we thought we had an agreement with them about moving the railing on their side in 3 feet, which is reflected on our plans, and screening it using the same kind of vine that is currently on the property on the back of the parking area where that it currently exists. And we thought we had an agreement with them. Michael was speaking to who's the
Bob.
Bob and Mac, yeah, about that. So, and we discussed it, they shook hands, we thought we were good.
I could just add a sidebar. Press the button. Oh, sorry, push the button. Push. Yeah.
Can you press it again?
Push it again?
There you go.
Great. I could just add a sidebar of the meeting I had with Mac, and Laura was not there, but Mac and Bob were two of the three lessees. And I said, Bob, I was told by Leslie at the end of the last hearing that I want you guys all to be able to be good neighbors and, have a time to break bread and share a glass of wine. So that was my spirit, my mentality. And I went over there and to their house, and I said, please show me your point of view, meaning show me your house where you're concerned about either privacy or view or light, whatever your concerns are. So he didn't take me upstairs, so I can't vouch for what that space was. But downstairs, there was one large room, and she said, this is the room that everybody comes to enjoy the evening light, or, I mean, it was sort of a common room, and it looks out on their patio, and which they had constructed. How tall was their fence?
About 50 inches, something, it's reflected on the plans. but yeah.
Whatever. And I said, okay, so let's walk out to the patio. And we looked around and looked at the views from all directions. And I said, well, there's the views. We're not going to obstruct that. Tell me what your main concern is. I said, well, my concern is that we want privacy. We don't want you looking down from your roof deck onto our patio where we're now standing. I said, okay, let's go over to our property and let's look how high you think we should make that fence on the north side. So I went over there and I said, I'm going to be agnostic on this. Tell me what makes you feel good. And so he said, well, I said, it would be this high or be this high. And we went through various scales. And I said, if you want it this high, it's not a problem. I don't think anybody can peek over unless they're standing on their tiptoes and looking down, which would be hard. He says, oh, yeah, okay, but all right, that's good. I like that. I like that. I said, well, would you tell Laura? Great. We shook hands. Great. And that was it. And I thought that would be the final situation based on what you said. Okay. That's,
Thank you for the sidebar.
sorry. Oh, yes.
Okay, so all right, we also communicated with the owner of the property. Originally, we were showing a 5-foot side yard fence and 3 feet back from the property line, and she came back and said we would prefer it to be 42 inches. So that's what you're seeing in the plans today. But we did due diligence in trying to listen to everybody, and we thought we had agreements from everyone. Okay, so the drawings also have a new site section in them, which I can show you. Do you want me to go to these drawings now or just talk about?
The easiest thing would probably be if you just picked them off one time. So number 1, study screening options, consider setting the rail height. What did you do in that regard?
Okay,
Item number 2, cut us a site section. Here it is.
Okay,
Item number 3, et cetera.
Here's the neighboring multiple unit, and then here's our proposed garage. So we moved our railing back and 3 feet, and we are proposing to sort of put this vine, which I can show you. It's the same vine that is on the current, let's see if I have a picture of the current. Let's see. Yeah, it's this
Looks like
vine.
a passion fruit
Yeah,
or a trumpet
It's a
vine.
trumpet vine.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's thick, and we have one growing there right now, and they like that one, so we were like, okay, we'll grow this. The detail of the site section with the adjacent neighbor, we'll go back to that. Let's see. So this is that. So their patio, their front patio is about 3.5 feet above our ground level. And then they have this fence on top of it that they constructed on their side. So here's this would be our roof height, and then our railing, which we set back 3 feet, and are attempting to landscape. And originally, I had this railing higher over here, like about here, so that you really couldn't see anybody's head, but that was vetoed by the owner. Okay. Colors and materials of the proposed garage, those are on the plans. Basically, we're matching the same colors and materials that are on the existing house. We're not planning anything different, and they are listed on the plans. Similar patterns of development and context for the proposed garage in the neighborhood, there are those. I did actually go through and do a little quick survey of just on Emerson, So these green circles are all garages that, that are on the property line right there. Some of them are on the right-hand side, some of them on the left-hand side, some of them are in the back, but they're all just, and there's many more, as you know, in the Riviera neighborhood. Information on relative heights as it relates to the westerly neighbor. That was, I think I sort of addressed that with my site section. But I can go back to that. And then I also just added more photographs of the existing situation. So this is the part of the garage that overlaps with their building is right here. There's no windows there at all. And then quite quickly, this is their existing 4-foot high fence, but quite quickly, they have a big 6-foot high fence right there anyway. So we're not really, we're coming up about here. So there is already quite a bit of vertical containment on that side of the property. I think that those are my comments. We did, as I said, we did talk to the neighbors. We also talked to the owner, and I have in writing where she wrote to one of the owners saying, I'm happy to write my own letter about being okay with a 3-foot setback and stuff.
This is the letter.
Yeah, I've got it here
Okay.
too. And so, in any event, we feel a little bit stymied by the fact that we got this letter on Friday saying, we oppose all this, and it was signed by both the owner and the tenants when we thought we had agreements from all of them, and then they come to us at the last minute, or come to you at the last minute and say, we don't like it.
Okay. So, yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure that the last name was attached to both of those. It is. Thank you. Okay, is there anything else you want to share with us before we go into public comments or questions? Or okay. Okay, so you have 5 minutes left, roughly, if you need it. And Ms. Safel, if we could please open public comment.
Thank you, Chair Kalas. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I have no slips. Just as a reminder, if you care to or wish to speak in person, please fill out a speaking slip and bring it to me. I see no one in the audience moving. I will move on to in Zoom virtual comment. I see no hands raised. So at this time, I will turn it, excuse me. We did receive letters from Bob and Amy Grebel, Susan Sherwin, Emerson Sekban, and Laura Erickson on this matter. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair Kalas.
Thank you. And just to be clear, the letter from Bob and Amy Grebel was signed by the Grebels, Ms. Erickson, Max Fixler, and Emerson Sekban, I believe is the way you'd pronounce the name. Okay, so I'll open up this item to any questions from the board.
Just one very minor question. The intent for the railing is to match the existing railing that has a little detail at every other bar? Okay.
Okay, anybody else? Any other questions?
I guess just clarification. I know I asked this last time about the fact that there were two, permitted uncovered parking spaces. Since that was granted, were there improvements to the residents made that altered that, I guess? I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this, but it sounds like right now there are currently 2 uncovered parking spaces. Visually, I know it doesn't necessarily seem to be the case, and I know that there was public comment referencing changes, so I guess I'm just trying to understand what the current state is for parking, and if there were changes made. I think it looks like maybe the railing area on the right, if you could speak to that.
Yes, so I was also I actually did send in another response to something, but I'm not sure if it came to the secretary or not, but I sent it in this morning at the request of these owners. But I was the architect for the previous remodel as well, and So we did have permits for all the remodeling that was done previously as opposed to what was mentioned in the tenant's letter. But after, after inspection and whatever, they made some changes to the upper deck level. And there used to be a set of stairs that came from the corner of the,
Could you show us in plan view, maybe, please?
Okay. Sorry, I tried to make this bigger. Here we go. All right. So this is, sorry, do I have the current? No, I don't. Okay. This is where the current uncovered parking is. And there used to be a set of stairs that came up right here and accessed the upper garden. And the deck did not wrap around. After the last remodeling with the previous owners, they changed this configuration of this deck and made it so that you could walk from the upper deck around to this back garden, and they put a trash enclosure underneath. So that effectively narrowed the parking spaces from 2 to, unless you had two really small cars, you would not be able to fit 2 in there.
Okay, so that reduction from the uncovered 2 spaces to, I'll call it less than 2, has that been processed formally, or was it just reduced as a part of that, I'll call it non-permitted work?
It was just done as part of unpermitted work by the owners.
Okay, so city still recognizes the need for 2 off-street parking spaces on this parcel?
Correct.
Okay, great. Does that answers my question? Okay, I mean, not all my questions, but that question.
That's all for my questions.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Anderson?
That helped too. Do you know, since if you were the architect on the previous remodel, was there any, where was the original parking? Under house, or there was just no garage at all?
There was no garage.
Okay. Okay, and if you can go back to your photos that you have justifying that the development on the street with the other garages in the front setback, and just I would like to go over, are they 2-car, 1-car, and their finishes? Because finishes
Okay, so
can make a
here
difference.
they all are, and they're listed with addresses, but that clearly looks like a 2-car garage.
That's a 2-car with sandstone, yeah.
This one, I'm not sure if I can tell. But I think it's a 2-car, or 1.5.
It's an old-fashioned one,
That's
smaller cars.
Yeah, that's a 2-car.
That's 2.
Which one?
One has the rooftop, that one does 2.
This one, that one is the one that's on the lower part of Emerson. That's 2-car. Okay, so that's 2 different, basically 2 garages.
singles.
Yeah. This one is probably a 2-car. That's not actually on the street, but here this one is, and it is probably a 2-car as well.
There's the deck on that.
And, oh, this is just neighboring homes, so that's not part of the garage scenario. Okay, so.
Okay, thank you. And then we are confirmed on the 112 FAR.
Yes, I can confirm that the case planner has reviewed this project description, so I will rely on their accuracy.
Okay. Only questions?
Could we take a look at the, I'll call it the site plan or the floor plan that you're showing that shows the top of the existing upper yard, the deck over the garage, and the handrail, please?
this, let's see, this is, okay, this is, sorry, this was the existing situation, right, as of now, but what used to be before they, so this is what they built out right here that reduced the parking. But you want to see what we have now, or what we're proposing?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. So the garage deck will be higher than the upper yard, I'll call it. And you'll step down maybe, I'm just doing a quick calc here, maybe 2.5 feet to that.
Yeah, it's a little less than that, but yeah.
Okay. And then, okay, you've noted that as a 3-foot 6-inch high railing. That was one of my questions. Do you have a front elevation of the proposed garage? I'm trying to understand how you propose to terminate the end of the railing. I don't know if that's terminating in a parapet or, because I'm
Which
assuming
end?
since there's access that you're still going to have a guardrail requirement there at the front edge.
Right,
and
we have
return.
railing going.
Yeah, if
so
we go to the south
railing
elevation, I think
is
that'd be
going all the
best.
way around.
Okay, yeah, if we could just take a quick look there.
Okay.
I probably missed that. And there it
Okay,
is.
So, yeah, that, oops, sorry. Maybe it's better to be closer, but that's the side elevation on the neighbor side. That's the front elevation.
Okay. Those are, and all exterior finishes and colors are proposed to match the existing residence?
Correct.
Okay, those are my only questions. Would anybody like to, does anybody have any comments?
Chair Colossus, board members, just part of my interruption, but more on the FAR. I could see why maybe there was some question about it because it's a guideline and the lot is 6,274 square feet. Is that what you were thinking? Anyway, it's in an R2 zone, so only guideline FAR applies to the parcel.
Okay. I'm in full support of the project. I think it is great, improves functionality, and I think it looks better from the street view as well to have an enclosed garage. I think you worked really well with the neighbors and are showing that there's no windows right there on that side. And even pulling back the railing, I think, provides good privacy between you and the neighbors, and having the screening of the trumpet vine. Yeah, full support.
Any additional comments?
Yes, so I really appreciate you working with the neighbors and also bringing in the railing on the interior side. I think my biggest challenge, and I did site visits, the first time we reviewed it, I did it again today, and kind of in between, is all the context for garages and whether they have decks or not on this street and in the immediate neighborhood. They all kind of butt up against either a driveway or a sprawling open yard where the residence isn't near it. And I think there's one case where there might be some close living area, patio area, but there's significant footage in between as well as vegetation. And so for me, I could support the front yard and I could support the open yard, but for the interior, for it to be right up against the property line, close to the residence, and just looking at the context of the neighborhood, I have not seen any similar to this. And I think just looking at our guidelines and overcrowding residences potentially, I don't think I can support it for approval today. But I do want to recognize that I appreciate the improvements. I do think it's much better if it does pass. And also, regardless of neighbor support or not, I think, for me, I know I'd still have the same perspective on it as tenants can move over time. So those are my comments.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, do you have any comments?
Well, I'm feeling the same with the overdevelopment of the parcel in general. So I'm on the fence there. with, the massing of the 2-car versus a 1-car. And yes, I appreciate the other comments and the work that you've done. I'm just on the fence. I mean, these are different locations. It's not a suburban home. Oh, okay.
I'm on the fence.
Oh, I'm not up on that rail. I don't know. I'm struggling. The colors too and the finishes, white and black, they're bold. And I know they're very trendy, but it doesn't recede. And it's right on that property line. So again, I'm just struggling overall with approving.
May I say something?
Yes, if you turn on your microphone, you're welcome to say something.
Okay, sorry. The colors, we're open to changing those. I don't think that's the big thing. I'm just a little confused because when we last left here, and Leslie has spoken about, go talk to the neighbors. I think basically it kind of makes sense. I don't recall, and refresh me, that we were concerned about we could get 2 cars or not in there because we had the width, and I don't know what the width is, but it supports 2 cars, and then the height supports, we're not bringing in Tahoes or Suburbans, just 2 standard cars. So I thought that was pretty much
So let me
understood.
clarify my
Please.
comments then. I actually don't have an issue with 2-car garage in and of itself. It's the limitation based on the current residents on the property in the sense that you can't move the 2-car garage in any further to relieve and add footage between the property line and the garage in and of itself. Typically, there's a 6-foot required setback from a building. I mean, staff can correct me on my verbiage here. And a property line, this is effectively 0. And when I looked at other examples of this in the neighborhood, even when there were appearances of a 2-car garage on the property line, what it was next to was either a driveway or different configurations. And I think part of us being able to make that finding that it's okay if we encroach the interior setback would be because it's happening in the neighborhood and we see context for it. But when I'm looking at the examples there, I don't see it occurring in the same way. And I'm sure if the residence was located differently, the current residence on the lot, you would bring it in and try to relieve that. I recognize it's a limitation. So I'm not necessarily saying it's the fact that there's 2 cars. I mean, we have parking requirements and I think it would be great to have that. It's just, it's a limitation and that's the property and that's what it was when it was purchased.
Thank you for clarifying
Yeah.
clarifying that. I would say that if you go and look at these various garages on Emerson, and in fact, in all the whole Pedregosa neighborhood, there is no one single template for being how close the house is to the actual garage that's being built. It really depends on, I don't know when it was done and who clarified it and who approved it and all that. I think from the point of view of safety, I know that's not your domain, right? But public safety and safety of our daughter and child and all that, a garage makes us feel a lot more secure. And I came away from the last meeting thinking that we had kind of like an agreement that this was going to be where it was. We all knew it was going to be almost a 0 lot line. And I don't remember that being a condition that I would have brought that up and talked to the neighbors about that. I mean, I went and did what I understood to be important. So, I know the neighbors have said that, echoing your argument, and they said, okay, but you're a little bit different. Those houses are set further back than where the garage is. Well, that's just the way that property was.
Right.
So this property is the way the property is.
Okay. So you did have 5 minutes left, and we didn't start the clock counting again. You've got about another 2 minutes. If you would like to address Ms. Grafiti's questions, you're welcome to do that.
I have a question about whether the board thinks that any other sort of landscaping or creeping fig or any kind of thing that softens the front of this would help with the aesthetics and make it more acceptable.
Okay. Let us continue on with our I'd like to make some comments myself. So I think part of what is the struggle here, and I struggled with it at first too. It's a seemingly simple project, right? And clearly there's some patterns of development that relate to this very closely. So part of the struggle is because as you come down Emerson, most of those, from what I recall, driving the neighborhood, most of those carriage house garages, okay, that are on property line, they tend to be on the east side of the lots, from what I recall, which makes a lot of sense because if you're going to take advantage of them for a deck over the top, that's kind of where you get your views out, right? Because of the topography there. You're proposing something that's counterintuitive to that, and that's being forced by the constraint and the relationship of your house to the corner there, right? You're on a corner lot, nobody else is. And so maybe you'd love to put this out there on that corner at Pedregosa and Emerson, but you really can't because you're constrained by front yard setbacks, right? So, so it forces you, it bottlenecks you into putting this here, and I understand that. I had a house over on the east side. I'm working on an ADU project right now that's literally like a foot off of a property line. Historically, it is not atypical. In other words, it's somewhat typical in town to see these detached garages on property line or 3 feet away from property line, depending upon when they were constructed. So I don't have the same struggle that some of the other board members are having with this. If it were taller, if you hadn't shown me the photos along the neighbor's house that show the existing fence stepping up, I might have greater concerns because of the privacy issue of you looking down upon them. But I think you have attempted to address those. And I think, from my perspective, I think there is enough pattern of development that supports this approach. So those are my comments. I don't know where it leaves us. It seems like we're maybe split here on this.
And Chair Kloss, board members, we don't need a unanimous decision or supportability on the mods. We just are seeking, if there is any supportability, comments for that.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion then. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
I move to continue this project to the consent and the staff hearing officer with the following comments. In general, the board is in support of the materiality, considering color options for the garage, and in support of the railing matching the existing railing. In general, in support of the railing being set back from the neighboring property at least 3 feet, and having screening plantings as well. The board appreciates the communication with the neighbors and discussions regarding privacy. In general, no privacy concerns given the amount of windows and separation with the neighboring property. The board is in support of the garage in the setback, given the limited site restraints and uniqueness of the property, in providing a safer parking situation, more aesthetically pleasing frontage of parking along Emerson, and continuing with similar front yard garages in the neighborhood.
I'll second that motion, but I'd like to ask that the word limited be stricken from the statement limited site constraints. I'm assuming
That
that the
works, yes.
maker of the motion was, okay.
Yes.
So with that change, I'll second the motion.
And Chair Colossus, board members, I see that there's also a need for an open yard modification to allow the open yard to be reduced to accommodate the new deck
Oh.
stairs. If you could
I
include
will
that.
add to that as well. The board is in support of the open yard modification to open yard modification because the rooftop of the garage will be additional square footage that is used for the site for open yard uses.
So I will resecond the motion and would like to add that some of the board members feel that there's a pattern of development that supports the proposal.
I
So-
support the language.
Thank you. Okay. So we have a motion on the table. If we could take a roll call, please.
Chair Colossus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
No.
Board Member Graffiti,
I'm sorry to be doing this in the middle of the roll call, but I think I'd like to have the language read back regarding the interior setback.
Okay, Ms. Sapel, please.
which one was that on?
It should have started with some of the board members are in agreement or support.
Number
Was part of the original motion before we amended it.
So, apologies. I only caught a portion of the comment, so if we can work together to complete it. I had, the board is in support of the garage location. It was a little quick.
Okay, sorry, I will go slower. So if we can have one of the items to read, a sum of the board is in support of an interior setback modification to allow the garage, given, and it's in the line of the comment about the site conditions. I don't know what else you already had written.
I had given that the setback is providing a safer parking situation along Emerson and similar front yard garages.
Yes.
Okay, I guess, given that language, then I can say yes.
Okay, Board Member Lewis,
Yes.
motion passes.
Motion passes. You're on your way to staff hearing, Ms. Offers.
And if, Board Member Anderson, for the record, please, if you could state your reasons for your no vote.
Lot overdevelopment. Not in support of the front side or the open yard modifications.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We might get one today that we're all in agreement on. We'll see. Okay. We're going to continue on to 226 San Clemente. This project is here today for project design approval. This is a proposal for additions to an existing 1,169 square foot single-story residence. It's a single-unit residence and a 268 square foot attached garage consisting of a 493 square foot addition to the residence, 52 square feet to the first floor and 441 square feet to the second, and a new 584 square foot accessory dwelling unit at the second floor. The proposed total of 2,536 square feet of development on a 6,035 square foot lot is 94% of the required maximum floor to lot area ratio. 2 zoning modifications were approved by the staff hearing officer to grant relief from parking and front setback standards. Project design approval is requested. As part of that, neighborhood preservation findings would be required. The project was last reviewed June 20th of this year.
Chair Colossus, if I could interrupt, I just want to make a
Yes,
clarification.
Burkhart, please.
Thank you.
The staff hearing officer granted two setback modifications, not a parking modification. They're okay on parking. It was a front setback modification to allow the garage to continue to encroach in the front setback, and then an interior setback modification to allow a portion of the house, which is encroaching about 6 inches at its greatest point into the northerly interior setback. So both of those were approved.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, if you would please introduce yourselves for the record, and perhaps you're on it, Mr. Cottrell, thank you. If you could start with the meeting minutes from our last meeting.
Certainly.
And then just run us through the plans and how you've addressed those items that required action on your part, and anything else that may have changed since our board saw this last, please.
Certainly. Chris Cottrell, architect.
And Renell Casey.
Owner. Not a lot has changed. I think most of these comments are not comments to action items. There was number 5. Let's look at a color board, and we did that, and I'll show you at the end. So maybe if it makes sense, I'll just go through quickly and show you this project again, and then we can look at the color board. Does that work for you?
Yeah, it looks like that's the only action item that we had for you, actually, so.
Great.
Yeah, if you could do
Certainly.
that, that'd be great, and we'd be looking for maybe some detailing that would be reflective of the architectural style at this point.
Certainly.
Yep.
Okay. Photos of the existing house. I think the one item just to get your eyes on is their existing garage. Let's see. What's a good shot? Let me zoom in on this. Just because that is a key. Okay, existing garage. Okay. Neighborhood photos. Again, this is their house. This is 226 San Clemente. We did a little diagram just showing the 2-story houses in the neighborhood where these are. The pink was where the 2 mods were requested. So the pink down here is that single-story garage in the front yard setback. And then this tiny little sliver on the side yard right there. That's the other mod. 6 inches just tucking in there. These 2 green patches are our first-story additions. I'll show you that in plan in just a moment. All right, this is existing. Again, the pink in the front yard, and this is that little side yard encroachment. This is the proposed first floor plan. So the existing garage stays how it is. We do a little bump out just to get a little break for the entry, and then a bump out into the rear yard just to make the dining room work. This is color-coded, so you can see the purple is the ADU, and then the green is the primary suite above. There is a rear yard deck that is well away from the 15-foot neighbor side yard recommendation. It's all pitched, all hip roof on this. So this is doing the wedding cake, SFDB, dream, keep the plates low. It's a 8-foot plate on the second floor. And then no gables up there, so it's really kind of tucking in. Here's a view of the rear of the house with that deck. And then let me get you to the front. This computer's fast, isn't it? Okay, here's the front. There's existing garage right there. There's that new entry in the front. It's the kitchen over there, and then bedrooms above. It's the primary bath. And you can see we've broken up the upstairs, so give some relief to it. And then color board, we got a graphite roofing landmark. And I think last time, the rendering we had on the front page it had a stark white for the white, and I think, Ms. Anderson, that was one of your concerns. So we've come back with an alabaster for the main body of the house. It's kind of a nice warm-off white. And then at this point, the decking would be a kind of a porcelain paver, but this is not seen from the street. Pretty pretty low-key lights. This would be frosted glass, so you don't see the bulbs. So I'm gonna leave it there and just let questions flow and help you guys catch up a little bit.
Thank you. That is very appreciated. So we will open this item for public comment. Ms. Savell?
Thank you, Chair Kalas. I'll start with in-person public comment. No slips have been handed in at this time. I see no one in the audience making a move to comment. As for virtual comment, I have no hands raised, and we did not receive any letters. So at this point, I will turn it back over to you, Chair Kalas.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Cottrell or the owner? Okay. Oh, Ms. Anderson does.
I thought there would be more. I'm sorry, we've reviewed a lot of projects, landscape plans?
Yeah, they've done extensive landscaping in the front, so it's really going to stay as it is. They're not changing the landscape up front.
It's going to stay as is, okay. Can we look at the proposed site plan then, real
Yeah,
quick?
do you want to see photos of the existing landscape? Would that be helpful?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, so here's a good shot. So there's some nice steps already. There's a little planter. There's kind of like a patio area out there. So this is the driveway, and this would stay like it is.
Okay, but the rendering is showing something gray, and that is a sandstone, and you've got a pop out in the front, so I'm assuming that that stone, some of that's going to change, but I'm not going to belabor it. It's not what you're showing on the rendering, though. The rendering's got everything gray.
We will correct the rendering in the next time I come back with this sandstone.
Okay. The garage door rendering too, that is the same arts and crafts, because you're going for this modern kind of farmhouse, right? I don't know, I thought there was
Yeah,
that.
I think that's a good call. I think these windows, we'd not have these little button windows and kind of clean that up.
Okay, so the rendering actually matches the exterior elevation, so it was just a question, what is it you're gonna have, correct?
Yeah, I think this garage door could get some study and match this more kind of classical window more than this carriage house door does.
Okay. The back deck with the spiral stair, did you consider any other stair? The spiral stair is in that 15-foot ideal setback there, and it is, in my opinion, I see them a lot on the Mesa, privacy concern. I mean, you're walking up that open stair, and you're closer than that 15 feet. So did you look at other alternatives to the stair?
We did, and this actually was the most efficient way to get up there and not fill up the yard with a stair and have a big landing that then you're parked at and then you're more looking at. So this just gets you up to that deck. This is for the ADU.
Oh, that's for the ATU. Okay, and the neighbor directly next to them,
Yep.
you show an approximate footprint, but is that their backyard, or do we?
This is the side of their garage. This is Laurel Perez, and she is fully in support of the project.
So her garage goes all the way back to that point?
They don't have, it's not a, here, let me get you some photos so you can see what this looks like. They don't have any privacy issues with that right there. Let's see. It's a good shot of that. Is that this one? Yeah. So there's kind of a grade change. There's about a 2-foot grade change there. Oh, this is across the street. I'm sorry. Yep. Thank you.
Show you a house that's
Oh yeah, here you go. There you go. That's it. Thank you. Okay. So this is our project on the right side, and this is the Perez's over on the left. So they're up on that, and there's a 6-foot fence between.
Okay, so I don't really didn't answer the question in regards to, I mean, you're walking up that stair, or your tenant in the ADU is walking up that stair, and they're looking down on the neighbors. But you've talked to the neighbors, and wherever that stair lands in relation to their house, you've discussed that, and they're okay with it?
They're very in support of it, yep.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Yeah, and we've already approved the garage encroachment. So, no comments there.
Okay. So actually, Ms. Anderson beat me to the punch, because my only real question was in regards to the spiral staircase and privacy. So in discussions with neighbors, they understand that there will be somebody traveling down that property line to access the ADU. And can we see the picture that you just had up on the screen again for one moment,
The
please?
site plan?
No, it was the photograph.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, so this sort of, I'll call it the Netherlands, which straddles the property line, these agaves and the succulents there. I'm assuming they straddle the property line from what I'm seeing. Are those going to stay? There won't be any new fencing going on there? I'm just thinking about this from the neighbor standpoint, right?
Yeah.
Like now all of a sudden you have like a secondary neighbor that's going to be able to go back and forth. And so that condition will remain.
Yeah, none is proposed. The Perez's actually have an ADU in their backyard too. That I did. And it's in the far corner, far left corner. So their two entrances are sort of parallel on both north sides of the lot. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, those were, I think, the only questions that I have, or comments. So, does anybody have anything else, or make a motion here, or? Okay, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that this project be continued to, that this project receive project design approval and be continued to consent calendar for final. And in order to provide project design, and I do have a couple of comments, we would ask that the front elevation be revised to accurately reflect the materials and plantings in the front yard areas, and that the garage door that is proposed be reconsidered to match the proposed style of the house. We appreciate the more neutral color palette that's provided relative to what we were seeing in the rendering. And that, just for the record, although there's a spiral staircase that's within the 15-foot side yard recommended setback for a deck, we feel as though we can support this particular project because there's an existing 6-foot fence that will provide privacy to the neighbor that is generally to the north. Neighborhood preservation findings. The proposed development is consistent with the scenic character of the city. There are several two-story residences in the neighborhood, and the garage facing the street, both of those items are compatible with patterns of development that already exist in the neighborhood, as well as the size, bulk, and scale of the project proposed is also compatible. Quality architectural materials are being proposed, and we appreciate, again, the more neutral color palette. Our understanding is that there are no trees being removed as part of the project.
Correct.
And we anticipate that the proposed remodel will provide further resiliency to the city in that the home will come up to current codes as part of the project. And the applicants have worked with the northerly neighbor to ensure that there are no concerns about privacy or noise. And there are no public views affected by the project. If we could, no public views affected by the project. That's my motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
If we could take a roll call, please.
Thank you. Chair Kalas?
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson?
Yes.
Board Member Graffitti?
Yes.
Board Member Lewis?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Very
good
much.
night.
You too.
Chair Kloss, if you could mention the appeal period, please.
Yes, for the applicant and the owner. This approval does usher in a 10-day appeal period. And if you have any questions about that, you can talk to staff. Thank you. Okay. How is everybody feeling? Would everybody like a break, or do we want to power through? Do we have the energy to power through?
We actually must take a break.
Oh, because we
it's
have it
scheduled on the
agendized.
agenda, yeah.
Okay. So we had a scheduled break from 5:30 to 5:45. We are running behind. So we are going to take our 15-minute break, and then we will hopefully be back to you with better levels of blood sugar and energy to finish the evening off. Thank you. We are going to reconvene the single-family design full board meeting for October 23rd of 2023. And we recessed after item 3, so we're going to restart or start with item 12, which is 1240 West Mitchell Terena Street. This is a continued item for project design approval. The project is a proposal to construct a 2,681 square foot, 3-story, single-unit residence, including 537 square foot attached 2-car garage on a vacant lot located in the Hillside Design District. The project includes decks at the 2nd and 3rd stories and a roof deck. The building is proposed to be recessed into the hillside with 992 cubic yards of cut grading, such that its floor area is reduced by 50% in the calculation of the maximum allowed net floor area. The proposed total of 1,341 square feet of floor area on a 6,098 square foot lot is 50% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. The staff hearing officer approved zoning modifications that will allow construction in the front setback and to construct overheight fences and walls within 10 feet of the front lot line. The applicants requesting project design approval, neighborhood preservation findings in Hillside Design District, and slope lot findings will be required to be made if we make a motion for project design approval. The project was last reviewed July 31st, 2023. So if you could please introduce yourself for the record, and we'd be looking for you to review the meeting minutes from our last meeting and tell us how you have addressed those items and point out any other changes to the drawings that have occurred since that time.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to let everyone know I'm just a little under the weather. I already COVID tested myself.
Okay.
So, with that out of the way.
To the applicant, you don't need to hold down. Yeah.
Oh, it just stays.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. All right. So let's start off with the only thing that I think that's changed from the item, the last presentation to the current one, the south-facing windows, we've adjusted that.
Okay, let's, hold on a second.
I'm looking
Can
at the
you scroll
motions.
up, please?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's noting corrugated.
Can you scroll up? Sorry.
You can keep
Oh,
scrolling.
oof.
That one's correct, but
Okay.
there's 2 portions of comments in the south.
Yep, if you can, okay, so if you can scroll down again, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Nice and slow, please.
Okay.
And that's where we stop, right there. Okay. Okay, so we were in support of the zoning modifications, which you've now acquired. We were asking you to study the overall massing in comparison to the neighbor's overall height. And specifically, I did review our last meeting video, and I think that Ms. Lewis had asked for an elevation of the project related to I think it's the westerly parcel. And then we were asking you to incorporate details from the landscape architect to cover over the retaining walls and to minimize the large amounts of concrete that are visible. And then we asked you to study finishes or finish options and materials to help the overall massing blend into the hillside and to better relate to the materials and finishes of the homes in the neighborhood. So I think we were looking for something that would help it blend into the hillside more and relate more to the neighbors' homes. So if you could tell us how you've addressed those items.
Okay. Well, as far as we've stepped back and recut and worked on the sections of the 2 side retaining walls as they go back. You can kind of see that. It's the easiest way to describe it. And see on this, the old plans on the right and left, the retaining walls are a lot more aggressive. Let me, if I can ever remember how to zoom on your thing here. Okay. The left and right walls, they're a lot more aggressive and pronounced. We've gone back in and, I don't want to say addressed those two. Let's go to the current plans. We changed the color of the side retaining walls. We've put an extra set in there. What am I going to say? Setback, excuse me. We've also filled it up with the correct plants and foliage. And then also, let me zoom in so this one's comparable.
So maybe with your cursor, you could just point to us where those changes have
Oh,
made as you
like, for
toggle
instance-
back and forth.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
Okay, like for instance, on the old plans, you can see we're using like a very, first of all, the color. The color of the walls was the gray was really harsh, so we came back in with a new one. You can see here we're trying to match the color of the existing and surroundings. We have like a darkish green that's going in there on the side walls. And then also you'll see the front edge of the each of these retaining walls. We're putting a wood-based, I mean, it's a wood-looking, but it's actually going to be part of the concrete, but we're going to stain it to appear that way. It has to be concrete.
So that would be a board-formed concrete?
Yes.
That would be treated with a stain to make it look more of an earth color?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that helps, and it kind of, that starts to, what do I want to say, blend it in back into the hillside. That was kind of our challenge that was put to us. You can see the old ones where it looks like much more of an intrusion, but the new ones, it looks like it's blended in overall.
And then could you point to us where you've reduced the heights of the walls? I think I know, but it would be helpful just for the record for you to point that out.
On the side here, we pulled this one down, and we also pulled this one down as much as we could. We tried doing, let me see. We tried doing the step method, but that wasn't working. It actually ended up being larger, so actually we're coming in at an angle. So this is right where the edge of that wall is. I mean, right where that grade is.
Okay.
That kind of gives you a hint at how severe the grade is.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. And then, what other piece was it? The other one was we put some more corrugation, or we're suggesting a siding material, white siding. Here you can you can't really see it on this one. You can see it a lot more on the current one. So this is all kind of regulated inside it.
And how are you proposing to achieve that, that horizontal?
The siding,
Railing?
the horizontal railing or the sorry, the detailing?
I thought you were talking about the home itself, the siding.
Oh, no, the siding. Yeah, I was proposing using a composite, like a hardy board. So it would hold up to the elements as well.
Okay.
And you can also see how the windows have changed, where the bathrooms are, and there's a couple other spots. We actually did make the master suite one a little bit bigger, but we've gone in and redone these other ones as well.
Okay. And then maybe you could go back to the meeting minutes again and just take a look at those again so that we can remember what else
This
is.
one?
You can scroll down just a tick again, please.
Oh. Am I just not fitting it in here? That was it.
Just, okay.
It's items 1 through 4 that on the top portion. Yeah.
Okay, so I think you've addressed the height of the walls. Did you do a study that, as we requested, relative to the neighboring property to the west?
That would be in the old plans, even the new plans. How do I zoom back up? I think we had that overall. Was it this one to the west? Is that the one you mentioned? This one?
Right, the one, right, that one.
This one?
Yeah, the height of that.
Oh. No, I was unable to get the height of that building. So
So-
I don't have new information on that in relation to this. I believe I'm still shorter than him, though.
Okay. If you can just keep going through the meeting minutes and how you've addressed any of those items, that would be helpful.
Study finish options, materials. That's with the board form concrete, the coloring of the retaining wall concrete, and then the study finish materials. We didn't. I couldn't really push into the side or move anymore to adjust any of the massing, so that did not get adjusted.
One of it was referring to the exterior color and materials, but I don't want to jump into questions preemptively, so Chair Colossi can drive that.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying to help sort of drive the presentation here.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
Yeah, so maybe you could just walk us through more specifically. So have you changed any plate heights or any overall heights to the structure?
No, we have not.
Okay. And
I believe we did. No. The one thing that did change from the previous old plans, from this set, is this whole backyard thing. This has been significantly reduced. Let me just. The fact that you can even see it on this set.
I think that was reduced before our last
Yeah,
meeting, if
okay.
I recall. Okay.
Yeah, so that one was.
So I'm going to suggest, if there's anything else you want to share with us, you're welcome to do that as part
Okay.
of your presentation time. You have another 3 minutes. If there's not, you can retain that time. We can go to public comment, and then we can just go into questions.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay, great. So at this time, we'll open public comment. Ms.
Thank you,
Sefel?
Chair Kalas. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I have no slips, and I see no one moving to speak or to fill out a slip, so I will go to virtual comment. At this time, I see there is a hand, Miss Elizabeth Russell. So we will allow Elizabeth to talk, and Elizabeth Russell, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. So I reside across the street at 1231 West Mitchell-Torina, and we've shared some comments before, and I did submit a letter, but I'm not sure if it made it in. I just wanted to express some concerns about the plans, particularly about privacy. I know you just mentioned that roof deck has been somewhat reduced, but basically all the the decks, all that roof plan will all be kind of facing directly into our yard. And so we're very concerned that it'll allow basically unimpeded views into our backyard and into our west-facing windows. So we love this neighborhood. One reason we were drawn to it is all of the properties really are situated with privacy in mind. Most of the homes are small, 2 to 3 bedrooms, and they really have been arranged to not have sight lines that intrude into the backyard or side yard, private spaces of neighbors. So we're just concerned about that we would need to probably do some modifications on our backyard to shield us from some of the view of this new property. So I just wanted to express those concerns and thank you for listening to our perspective.
Thank you.
Okay, we did receive a letter from Alan Kasagian. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Kalas.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll close public comment and we will open this item up to questions from the board.
I can jump in. Question on the retaining wall and front planter. The color proposed that's in the front of those planters, that's the board form concrete, and then on the interior of those retaining walls, is that proposed to be the same or different? In the image, it looks different, but I just want to clarify.
It is supposed to be different.
Okay, so the front is supposed to be more of a wood look in that color with the board form. Okay, got it. Just wanted to make sure. And then I know that one of the spirit of one of the comments, I think it was point number 4 in some of the just more detailing and blending into the hillside, was also around the exterior color of the house. And aside from the rendering, the only color I saw noted in the plans was just white, and want to understand if that's the color being proposed. I know that part of the ask was considering something more neutral, so just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Yeah, right now we have it totally shown as white. We saw the whole vision as being this, a little bit more modern house, having a modern color, current modern color. So, yes, that's where we're at with it as far as that's concerned. Yes, the white.
Okay, I think that is all of my questions for now. Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions, or I can ask a couple if people are still? Okay. Do you have a finish board? Do you have a sheet that shows your proposed finishes aside from? Okay. So.
With siding wall.
Okay, so are we proposing a glass railing or a tube steel railing? Because the
No,
rendering is showing tube steel and this sheet shows
The rendering
glass.
is correct. That's where we're at right now. So,
It actually looks like a pipe rail or a tube steel from what I can tell, okay. And can you go back to that finished board, please? So on the right-hand side, it looks like you're showing wood siding walls type 1. Is there a type 2? I don't know what the type 1 is referring to.
let me see. Oh, it's going to be referring to, okay, I see what you're saying. It's two different, because one of them is the concrete poured form. That's why it has that. So yeah, obviously we need to update our materials board. But the wood siding, that would be what we're actually suggesting is for the actual house, which would actually be a hardy plank. It would not be actual wood.
Okay, and the siding that you're proposing, the hardy board plank, is that is it a lapped siding? Is it a flush siding with a V-groove, with a butt joint, with a reveal?
Oh, it'd be
Do you
lapped.
know? It would be lapped. Okay. And, okay, and then the front edge of the decks, would that be like a wood starter board or fascia board?
Yes.
Or
Fascia board.
Okay, and then this is kind of a more ambiguous question. So can you tell me what I'm trying to understand, and this relates to the neighbor's concern that was shared with us. Like, what is the third floor deck getting you? And the reason I ask is I think you're going to have phenomenal views off the second floor deck anyhow, or the third floor deck. So in terms of the roof deck above that, I'm trying to understand what that achieves for the project, because what it's doing is it's potentially creating heartache for a neighbor. So I need to understand what the benefit to the project is over what the project would have innately on that third floor in terms of views.
The upper deck, or the roof deck, let's just call it that. It does provide fantastic views, and it's nice to have, but upon visiting the site, it's so vertical. There's no walkable outdoor space. And to give any space where somebody could actually walk outside would be a great benefit.
How much deck space does the project have without the third floor deck? Or without the roof deck, I'll call it?
The roof deck is, I think it's an additional like 300 or 400 square feet. It's pretty small. I think I got it right on here. There's my second floor, third floor. Oh, it won't be in here. It'll be. I think it's only like 600 square feet. Let me see. Let me go. Oh, there you go. 629.
Yeah, it's 630 square feet.
We even pulled that off of the front edge, so as to keep the privacy for the neighbors. So that's pulled back. I mean,
Okay. So maybe a question for staff. I'm trying to understand the open yard space requirements here and whether they've been met, and if so, how is the roof deck integral or required for them to be able to meet their open yard space requirement?
Chair Collas, board members, I am unfortunately not the assigned case planner, so I'm just not quite up to speed with being able to answer that zoning question on the spot.
Okay.
I'd be happy to look into it and get back to you all. I'm not sure how helpful that would be at this time, or if the applicant can speak to that.
Perhaps you know how you're achieving your open yard space. There's
Yeah.
typically a requirement for 1,250 square feet for open yard on a single-family residence.
And just
Yeah.
one other point, the fact that they didn't go to the staff hearing officer for an open yard mod makes me feel like, they are in compliance with open yard.
Yeah. Well, the rest of the site is obviously open yard. But no, as far as having an area, I'd have to talk to
Should
Tony
be
about it.
indicated on the
Yeah.
drawings. Is it indicated
Yeah.
on the site
Did you see it?
plan?
On the site plans?
It should be in there. Send the site plan? Is that what you guys are saying? I'm gonna go back to all the way to the beginning here.
So it's just undeveloped space on, there it is, right there?
Yep.
Okay. So it's just hillside? Okay. Um, those are all my questions for right now. I may have some more after others ask their questions. If somebody else has some questions, please dive in.
I don't know how normal this is of a question, but considering coloring, I think one of the main kind of questions is like, are you open to playing around with the color a little bit more in a way that helps address the scale of it, to bring some warmth into it, to let it blend a little bit while still being modern and still, this is not like, oh, do this. This is more
No.
just, are you guys open to studying the color more to help reduce the scale?
You're looking at your rendering.
Sorry, I just
did you
colored
just
over your
change it?
rendering real quick in Bluebeam.
Oh, okay.
Bottom, right?
No, so over here, instead of a pure white, everything's like more of a creamy white. And then over here, like stepping this back so that it has like a darker color and
I would-
fades more into the,
I would totally be open for that.
okay.
I would not object at all to it.
And just so the
I'm
board
not-
can see, is something that helps step this back so that this feels like the massing instead of this. And then even that this maybe starts feeling like part of the landscape language. And so it's really the garage. I also think helping the the back, any part that's seen up on this roof terrace, if that can recede into the color of the landscape, then it's minimized more. I think as a, maybe this again is more into comments, I think as a board, we understand the limitations of the site, but also want to make sure compatibility-wise that the scale for the neighborhood is still in line. And I think one of that was the request of item number 2 on the minutes previously to look at the neighboring heights, because that helps us defend this building that feels very large compared to the other buildings. And so finding a way to measure that either from pictures or things like that, or trying to get the plans of the building next to you, because that is the tallest home and it's your adjacent neighbor. And then, well, that's another comment. Okay, I'll wait on comments.
Okay. So, yeah, your question was, are you amenable
Open
looking at
to color schemes.
And
Yes.
I
Yeah.
heard yes. Okay. Did you have any other
Oh,
questions?
yes, okay, one other question. So I see architecturally why you made the window larger in the bedroom up here. But are you open in reducing the height to give a little bit more breathing, and so it's not so much fenestration?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'd be willing to pull it off the floor.
Okay. Well, and or at the top, give a little bit more of the building reading here.
Yeah.
Could just help the mass of the windows.
Okay.
I'm trying to think what other questions. There we go.
It's late.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are great with the colors, because, yeah, the intent was to blend it into the hillside for sure.
Yeah.
Which helps with the massing. And kind of attuned to that is back on your A1 sheet. If you could go to that and talk to us more about the balconies and the decks and the roofs, because of the situation of the site and everything else down slope. All of your views are down in the neighborhood, in the neighborhood yards. And I understand the reasoning, and I'm not potentially as concerned about the roof deck, but it's the other balconies and decks. But if you could go to that A1 sheet and talk to us a little bit more about
This is my A1.
A1.0, you have, it's like not a Google image, but You have the other neighborhood homes representative. So I'm concerned about privacy to all the downslope neighbors, the one across the street and all of those in the center. Yeah. So have you talked to any of those neighbors? Have you thought about any other, I'm sure you've thought about other options to retain more site, potentially to gather some outdoor area?
Yeah, I don't know anywhere else to put a window. Yeah, that's even why the building has that little dent in it, so to speak, or, you know, that little angle into it. And that's to allow for the deck to come out and give a little bit of outdoor space, but also to kind of lean the views, so I'm not looking directly at somebody. But there's really no, yeah, I have to look out somewhere. I don't have any side windows. And I've pushed back as far as I can. So, I mean, like I said, I put the angle in, and that's kind of all we can do.
Okay, so did you consider retaining more of the site in order to create at grade, at second floor, at, you know, another level of outdoor area rather than the roof deck or the balcony? I mean, there's other solutions.
Retain at grade, what do you mean? I'm sorry.
So I think I'm going to try to intercede here for a minute.
Yeah.
So, you know, if this is your site in essence and your house is here, I think what Ms. Anderson, and correct me if I'm wrong, is trying to say is, you know, instead of just depending upon views out here off of balconies or decks, you know, is there an opportunity to engage the terracing somewhat that you're doing on these side retaining walls, and instead maybe, you know, maybe this does this, and you're able to capture some on-grade space here that relates to the second floor, for example, so that, you know, maybe there's more of an internal orientation, or more, maybe this relates to some terracing up above, so that, you know, the orientation and it is not directly out over the street into, probably most specifically, the you know, direct neighbor across the street.
A question for the board. Do you think that that's more like if the balconies on the second floor that are closer went to the side, but the one that's on the third floor, you know, it's already at such a distance, and that one's at, you know, more of the public space of the house. That's the living room that, you know, has a deck off. Does that help?
Maybe we could look
Go
at
to
the front elevation
again.
again, please.
These.
So maybe you could remind us of the uses. Second floor is?
Is the bedrooms. And the master is on this top corner, and then the main living space is over here. So the
And
main living
kitchen and
space
dining
is
is on the third?
On the third. So I already put the more public ones as further away from the neighbors.
Yeah, and I hadn't considered that yet. I hadn't considered that, honestly, so yeah, maybe.
Okay, well, we can move forward, thank you. Can you go to the site plan in the Oaks? And part of our findings is, hillside findings is grading. So I'm just trying to understand what you're removing in regards to.
Do you have a grading plan?
And your oak tree removal and
Yeah,
what the plan is there.
I have this initial, excuse me. Topographic, let me go through, I can't see the whole site here. Where's my, Jesus. We don't have that yet, do we? No, I don't believe we have it.
Landscape.
We have a landscape, we have just about every other piece, except for the actual grading. But we have gone ahead with the structural stuff, but that's something that we were going to address as we got back into the building department.
So do you have a landscape plan, though, that we could look at the oaks that you're planning on removing and
Oh, yeah.
what the plan is there?
So here's existing. You can see the ones that are in the area that we're in. We're actually going to be able to, these two, I think, what do I have? What's my note here?
It's keynote 10.
10 is existing trees to be replaced elsewhere on site.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, we're actually going to take these from one side and replace them on the other.
Okay, so all the ones in the front in there, okay, so, oh, all of them, even where the footprint is. Okay, got it. All right, and you did not modify any of the plate heights massing-wise from your concept?
No.
Okay, and, yeah, we're 50% FAR, but more like 100% if, yeah.
If we didn't have the
Reduction.
calculation benefit, right? Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, those are my questions.
Just one more for me, because I think we kind of covered this before, but do you have a formal arborist plan?
No,
Is
we
that-
haven't been required to have it yet.
Okay, you
We
haven't been required. So is
No.
that for final approval typically that we see that?
Chair Kalas, board member. So at the time when this project was going through project completeness review, it would have been routed to the city's environmental analyst, and she could have required an arborist report at that time, or there could have been a landscape plan mitigating the oak trees that was sufficient. But however that was done, has already been approved, like that's been approved to the city's environmental analyst. So with the approval of the landscape plan, that will, from the SFDB, that's what will carry forward. Hopefully that makes sense.
And can you walk us through, this looks like it's called your stormwater management plan. Could you walk us through how you're planning on mitigating stormwater compliance on this?
Well, that's, we're using excuse me, those, what do I want to say? The terraced parts on the sides. Thank you. The terraced planters on the right and left. It's going to, help out to reduce that.
Those will receive your runoff from your roof?
Yes.
Okay.
And so it's caught all the way down the sides. And we added a green zone on the top as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna pose a question here. This is here for project design approval today. Do we feel like we can give this project design approval today, or do we feel like this needs to come back again before we're gonna be in a position to do that?
I think it needs to come back with some more specific material palettes, with some height looks at the neighboring property. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else that doesn't feel that way? Okay, so I agree. I don't think that I don't think that our comments have been addressed fully, and I don't think that the plans are in a place where we can really give project design approval. I don't think that there is enough and this is my own opinion, I'm not speaking for the board, but I don't think there's enough development of the stormwater management. I don't think we have enough information on civil and landscape. And that is so much of this project. I mean, I'm seeing trees being removed, trees being proposed, but I don't really know how you're addressing shoring, benching. There's going to be a lot of ground disturbance, and until we understand how that's going to occur and be put back, it's going to be difficult for us to make grading findings and project design approval and hillside findings. So,
Chair Kloss, just to comment on that, we did confirm with the Creeks Division that this project qualifies for Tier 2. So Creeks is allowing it to next be seen with the building department submittal. Just some food for thought. And last comment, would there be any consideration to grant project design approval with conditions?
I think the conditions would be too extensive for staff to be able to back check and confirm. So I think the way that we can be most helpful to the applicant is to be very concise and precise in our comments and exactly what we expect from them when they come back next to our full board. And so
We'll
I think we just.
Pardon my interruption. We'll have to continue to date certain because we're scheduled for project design approval. So we can do 2 weeks. I can work with the applicant.
Okay. Well, that's, yeah. Okay, so,
What, do you want some comments so that you can make notes? I think one is to propose colors that are more neutral, blending with the landscape and help reduce the overall massing. The board suggested.
I think we need to be
Yeah.
really specific, because
Okay.
that sounds like what we.
No,
told
I know,
them
I was going to
before.
extend
Okay,
that
great, okay.
specifically considered an adjusted color on the left portion of the angled, let me see what it's specifically called. At the bedroom and master bedroom. Consider continuing the board-formed concrete on the left elevation adjacent to the garage. And consider a more creamy white for the overall. I would go darker as well, or darker. And Chair Kloss, in the same one that I mentioned with the angled at the bedrooms, would include up at the rooftop, something up there. A darker color to help blend. I think as far as detailing, we need specific materials for these paint colors and sidings and for the railing detail and color.
Can you clarify for the sidings, both the planter areas as well as the exterior? Thank you.
Correct. Yeah, images of both. Separately from this, consider having the ivy grow up over the side green walls so that the landscaping fills in those edges. We also discussed considering adjusting the second floor balconies to face the side terraces instead of at the neighbor, or reduce the amount looking over the neighbor. Potentially even some screening could help, or some solid balcony at that area. I'm not sure what the rest of the board thinks.
Well, yeah, I remember previously, I think one of my comments actually was to try to reduce the more opaque, or I think we got rid of glass or something like that for those railings, and it was because I was trying to reduce sort of the massive feeling of those and sort of be more see-through. So I'm loath to backpedal on that because we've already pushed the applicant in this direction. There was the master window on the upstairs where we'd want to see maybe more return at the head
Yes.
and possibly at the right side of that window too, I think, where it returns to the main body of the mast. Okay, are there any other comments from any of the other board members that,
I do have a question. Do we think that the color alone and potentially the balconies are going to make the overall height be something we approve? Or do we need any study of these heights and or the neighboring height?
I think we still need a, I'm trying to think of the term and I'm losing it, but when we have like a street elevation study, I think we still need that for that side of Mitchell Terena.
I agree.
Okay. I think we call it a streetscape study or something like that.
So are we adding that as a comment?
Well, this is not a motion yet. These are notes for us
She's
to
just
make
been
a
rattling off
motion.
notes in preparation for motion.
Yes.
But hold on to those because most of them are
Most of them
going
are
to.
going in.
Yeah, so keep them there because a lot of them I'm just going to
Yeah.
reiterate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
We knew this one was one that needed more specificity.
yep.
We also discussed needing this updated civil and landscape drawings and stormwater.
Okay. Is there anything else that anybody thinks? Part of me would like to see a cross-section through which you almost have right now, but including to the greatest degree possible, the street and some topographical information related to that neighbor directly across the street.
Yeah, I think in that cross-section, even including the trees that are there right now on the street view, I think help understand what your view from the balconies are going to be down into your neighbor or neighbor across the street.
So we're
You're saying, so add that.
Yeah.
So, right, so if you have this now with, whatever this is here, and your street is down here, ideally, we would see, if there's some streets at, the right-of-way, and then maybe the neighbor's parcel does this. What we're trying to ascertain is, if somebody's standing up here, where does their line of sight stop? And where can they see and not see? Does this screen them from the neighbor? Is the neighbor actually still privatized or not? That's what we're trying to understand, and that's what we're trying to ask for.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and try to make a motion based on all of those wonderful notes that Ms. Lewis provided and the couple of other things we've talked about here. So I'm going to make a motion that this be continued back to the full board with a date certain of November 6th. And as part of the motion, we are asking the applicant for the following. We're reiterating our request for a streetscape study that shows I believe that would be the south side of Mitchell Terena Street, that will include this project, the immediate neighbor to the west or to the right as you're looking at the residence, at minimum. We need, included on that streetscape study, we need to see some heights so that we understand how tall is the next one over, how tall is this one. We would like you to update your color and materials boards and make sure that they jibe with the rendering or any other extra elevations that you have, and that more neutral colors be proposed. For the main body, which is the right-hand mass, as you're looking at it from the street, we would like to see a creamier white or even something darker, probably in a tan or gray, I would imagine, or a taupe, something in an earth tone. We would like to see the mass to the left of the garage in board-formed concrete. That's the mass that's to the left of the garage and below the master bedroom on ground floor level. We are asking that the master bedroom mass on the third floor and second floor, so the mass that sets back from the front elevation to the left, be studied, the colors be studied, and those be a darker color than the main body so that those appear to recess further into the landscape. We would like to see the board-formed concrete that is to the left of the garage on the ground level, that color match the proposed colors potentially of the board-formed planters that are at grade. The small, we want to call that up above the fascia on the roof deck. Yeah, I think that's the wall that's set back. The guardrail at the roof deck would also be a darker color to help it recede into the landscape. We would like to see landscaping growing over the retaining walls at either side. There was a recommendation that the applicant consider the balconies facing the side yard rather than the street in order to ensure more privacy for the downhill neighbor. The master bedroom window on the third floor level should be reduced in size so as to create more wall between the head of the window and the fascia. It should also be reduced on the right-hand side so that there's more return to the inside corner where that mass meets the primary mass of the structure. We would like to see the existing section cut through the residence expanded to include the street, public right-of-ways, any significant landscaping, and basic topography of the downhill neighbor immediately across from the parcel. And when the applicant comes back, we need to see more developed civil and landscape drawings that provide a more specific approach to grading, landscape, and stormwater. And if there is a requirement being made by staff that an arborist report be provided, we would ask that that be included at the time of resubmittal. I think that concludes my motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
If we could take a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Claus. Vice Chair Anderson?
Just a
Oh, I'm
quick-
sorry. No, did I get the right one? Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you have,
Start
did you
over.
have something?
Chair Claus.
The overall massing,
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know that we were specific that that still is a concern. I mean, the colors can do it potentially, but, yeah, I mean, that was our original comment that didn't get addressed from the previous.
Okay, so,
I mean, maybe the colors.
Maybe in the statement of studying the street elevation, that if in discovering that the neighbors, this is us communicating and deciding what the language should be, you don't need
Yeah,
to
we're-
type this yet,
we're-
but that it, if it's determined that the neighbor, falls somewhere around that second floor story, then this is massive. And so we're trying to see how far off this is from your neighbor. And so, because that is the tallest building there, and it's already quite tall. So if you can't find in doing that study that it's quite compatible to your height, I think we need to see some reduction. In my mind, though, the perceived height goes from the guardrail at the third floor story down. I'm not sure if the rest of the board agrees.
Mm-hmm. It's a guardrail, the third floor story down. Okay.
it's the guardrail on your roof.
On the
deck.
roof deck,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, so if we can amend the motion that's on the table so that the number one item, which was to provide a streetscape study, including heights, if we can tack on to the end of that the following language, which is, the intent in requesting this study is so that the applicant can reassure the board that the proposed project is in keeping with the scale and height of the neighboring property, period. If the study illustrates that the proposed project is significantly higher than the neighboring property, it is anticipated that the applicant will be required to reduce the height of the residence. Okay, so that is the amended language for item 1 of the motion on the table. Is the seconder amendable and
Yes.
willing to resecond that item?
I resecond.
Okay, now if we could take a roll call, please.
Yes, thank you. Chair Claus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Friday,
Yes.
Board Member Lewis,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I figured.
Last but not least, Mr. Gradine, item 5, 101 Jorgensen Lane. Mr. Gradine is going to get the I Am the Most Patient Applicant Award for today. Or the Most Sleepy Award, whichever you would prefer. Okay, so this item is here today before us for concept review at the ripe old hour of 7:35. This is 101 Jorgensen Lane. It's a proposal to construct a 2,265 square foot single-story, single-unit residence, 615 square feet of detached carport space, and a 570 square foot detached special accessory dwelling unit. I'm assuming that's because this is in extreme or high fire. This is located on a vacant lot in the Hillside Design District. Other site improvements include a pool and spa, covered patios and a deck, landscaping and hardscaping. 6 oak trees will be removed, and 7 48-inch oak trees. I'm assuming that's a 48-inch box. Oak tree are proposed as replacement plantings. Single-family design board, review and approval of a minor zoning exception is required to allow the proposed trash enclosure within the front yard. The proposed total of 3,450 square feet of development on a 68,551 square foot lot is 65% of the maximum guideline floor to lot area ratio. No appealable action may take place at this hearing because we've only noticed for concept. Neighborhood preservation findings, hillside design district and slope lot findings, and grading findings will be required when you come before us for project design approval. If you would please present yourself and your project, and I just have to say this is one of the most magic lots that I've ever seen. I know where this is. I walk by it and I see the deer strolling around the property and can't wait to see what you have for us, Kurt.
Chair Collas, board members, just one brief comment for consideration later with your questions and comments and then the comments in the motion. If the board can just consider the support for the minor zoning exception or not, and then also consideration to waive, the three-dimensional computer sims or model for the grading, because grading exceeds 500 cubic yards and the average slope is greater than 15%. So the board has that option to waive that requirement at the conceptual hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll explain why I don't think it's necessary, but my name's Kirk Gradine, architect. Thanks for all of your hard work on the board, and it's a lot of time and it's challenging, very challenging work, so I appreciate that.
Kirk knows.
I've been there.
He has.
Been there, done that. Yeah, so I'm going to start with this neighborhood site plan. I don't know if, well, Chair Coless says that she's been there. Have other board members been there as well?
I tried to drive by and then it was private, so I went in a little and then it was like another private sign, so I figured I better not, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, you know that it's right near the intersection of Mountain Drive and Mountain, and right near Sheffield Reservoir. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? So
Yes.
you're seeing,
Yes,
okay.
we can see your cursor.
So Jorgensen Lane was created, a portion of it was created. It used to be a much larger single lot here, and then back in 2007, there was a lot split done. And this is actually one of the larger lots, so it's, over 2 acres. And and it's a cul-de-sac, right? So you can see the cul-de-sac here, which you'll see in the photos as we start to go through them. So that's general location. And then I want to start with this initial photo, which is, as you come onto Jorgensen Lane, it's the first house that you see, which is, it's facing right at the street. On the Jorgensen Lane side, but it has another approach. The garage approach is down below, which this second image tells you what that looks like. But then, this is where the magic starts, really. You come along the base of the property, and we'll look at that later. But this house right at the corner is very nice. It looks like a recently built Spanish-style residence. It's right here. This is, again, on the upper side. On the mountain side, this is what you see. They must have some construction going on there with that dumpster. And then, of course, the
old pump house.
Hilltop House?
The old pump house for
Pump
the.
house.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the old
yes,
Pump house
right.
for the reservoir, old reservoir.
Yeah, which, yeah, it has some stylistic relationship to what we're proposing, because we're proposing parapets and flat roofs as opposed to tile on this house. So And then as you go along up a mountain, you know, it's more sort of ranch-style houses typically, and setback, well set back from the road. And then on Rockwood, there are the lots are smaller, houses are closer to the street. But here's a more recent, more contemporary, but still ranch style. It's on Rockwood there. And then backing up to closer to the property itself. So we have this other site plan, which shows the photos that we took. So 13, I'm going to start with 13 because it's along this lane here, which is just, you know, it's just a magical oak infested drive. And you're along the, here it is, you're along the base of the property, and that's what you're seeing. And then you turn the corner, and again, more oaks. So this is part of the reason I wanted to point your attention to this is because as you approach the house, you have a whole row, and if you look at the site plan, the oaks continue on up the road here. So you already have some built-in screening in relation both to the ADU and to the house.
And I'm just going to interject here for a
Yes.
second. I don't know if anybody on the board now was here when we reviewed Mr. Meany's project, but Tom Meany is building a residence, and that's where you see the large palms on the right-hand side in that photo that we were just looking at. That is what's going in to the right, and that's just, for context purposes, that's a very traditional Spanish Mediterranean style home that's proposed there, that's under construction currently.
Yeah.
They're in grading right now.
Yes, thanks. So in fact, the reason I went to this photo is because this is the one location, this is standing in the middle of the site. So the site, when it was created in 2007, they defined a building envelope. There's at least 35 trees, oaks, on the, that are identified on the site plan. There's probably at least another 35 elsewhere on the site. So we're talking about a site that's got a lot of oaks, right? And we're proposing to take, was it 6 of them out? There were relatively small ones, 8-inch, 10-inch, and so on. But this big one, which I'll show you in a minute, we're preserving, of course. But so right in this photo, you're standing in the, basically where the house is going to go, the new house. And right here is where you'll see a corner of that new 2-story residence. But the rest of it is screened, which is really, really nice feature. And then the other nearest neighbor is right here. This is standing, I actually went onto his property to get this photo because if you're on the site, it's more like this. This is the density of the trees in between the nearest neighbor. You don't see the house very well at all. And then this is up at the top of the cul-de-sac, Shelton House. And then looking, again, standing in the center of the site, roughly where the house is going to be. This is another shot looking towards the neighbor to the west, again showing how much screening there is. And then to the south, there is one house to the south, because this is looking directly west. So the previous one was more northwest. And then looking to the south, there's the other one house that you see, and you can see how far away it is on the site plan as well. And then this is looking back to the east, southeast. So it is a beautiful site, and as you can see, we have some really nice boulders on the site as well, and we'll be digging more up, I'm sure. But this one, we tried to design the residence around it, and it just wasn't working, so we're moving it. I'm going to go to the site plan now. So, oh boy, this is really hard to see. This dark dashed line is the building envelope. And the main area that we're taking out oaks is down in here. This is the big oak that we're preserving. And this is where the existing boulder is, and we're just moving it to there. So, and as I was trying to point out with the photos, you know, this is all oaks in here, right? So you are not going to see the house until you get to the driveway and look back. And you'll see it from up above as you come down, but approaching the house, you're not going to see it. And so this is our 3-car carport. One of the spaces is for the ADU, and the ADU sits behind it. But the other, you could say, major factor in the design here is that we're 3.5 to 4 feet below grade at this upper side of the carport and the ADU. So we're buried into grade here. And also this trash enclosure, which is in the front yard, it's 3.5 feet, the surface of it is 3.5 feet below grade. So it's reduced in size. And when we get to the elevation, you'll see how very modest that, that side of the design is. Because of the lowering in the height from existing grade, and also because of the trees also that exist along the property line here. And then the other part of the grading is we're having to fill in here to get this driveway flat, but there is no exposed wall that's over 4.5 feet anywhere on the site, except for this fence. It's not a retaining wall. It's a stone fence that provides privacy to the homeowner from the street. But again, it's not retaining. But the largest retaining wall is 4.5 feet, and it occurs down here, just at one point. But most of these walls that you're seeing, they're like 2 to 3 feet in height. This one is only about 2 feet high, and it's just going to be a stone rubble wall. It's not a CMU retaining wall. And all the exposed walls are covered in stone. So as you'll see on the elevation. The other area where there's the additional grading is down on the lower end of the site, but we have 3 site sections, and I want to show you what those look like, because again, we are having to fill this area where this lanai is, covered lanai, and then the pool and spa area and deck area. That's where the major portion of the fill is occurring. But the fill that occurs on this below it is such that we maintain no exposed height. So this wall at the edge of the pool deck the exposed height is only 30 inches, which you'll see again on the section. I'll go there first. Yeah, so here it is right here. And you can see it's not a lot of grading that's going on, but there is a lot of fill. And again, the cut is happening mostly on the upper end. And I'll reinforce that again when we go to the elevations, so you can see where the grade changes are occurring. But so in addition to the building envelope, we also had a maximum building height that was established at the time of the lot split, which means that we have a 1-story house only. So this is the maximum height that we can build to. And this is the accessory building on the upper end of the site. And that's why we're having to go down 3.5 feet, is because just to stay under that building height. Also, there have been 2 other houses that have been designed for this site. When the first lot split was done, it was a 5,000 square foot residence with a 900 square foot garage, and the driveway went down from below, and it was 2-story and pool and decks and very elaborate. So this is a much more modest design. There was another design, it was called the Lee Residence, that was more recently approved because the property changed hands. Very modern design, also quite a bit bigger than this one. Got all the way to project design approval, completed plans, and then the owner backed out. Anyway, smaller than both of those residences is what we've got here. So here's another little site section that shows how we're terracing on the backyard side. And this one wing, bedroom wing, how it, on its upper end is buried, but at its lower end, it comes right out at existing grade. And I think once you start to look at the elevations, you'll see, it'll help, help to understand that, the way in which we're working with the grade. So maybe I'll start with this, this west elevation, because it kind of shows the overall site slope. So you have to use your imagination a little bit here, but this is existing grade up at the upper end. This is where we're burying the ADU on the upper side, but it comes out at grade at its lower side. So we're back to existing grade at this point. We're letting the existing grade drop as it does, and then we're entering just 6 inches above existing grade at the entrance to the house. But as the site slopes down, that's where we're stepping down with our walls outside the house, and then we meet up with existing grade again down here. So you can sort of imagine that line of existing grade and the way that we're, trying to work with it. And it actually, in relation to the neighbor, I think it honors the neighbor as well. It becomes additionally modest in relation to them. Let me just show you that elevation on the west side there at the carport. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is the ADU, 3.5 feet, 4 feet below grade. This is the carport structure, which this one portion of it is it sort of appears to be a trellis, but it's really a solid roof with these little round plaster columns. And then, as I mentioned, the retaining wall, all the retaining walls are covered with stone. And so from the street, or not really from the street, once you pull into the site, would be looking at the front of the house, right? As I mentioned, flat roofs, kind of a southwest style, but modern, and also incorporating some Moorish elements. We have one Moorish window on the side. Sorry.
Keyhole.
Yeah. So here, this is more of the street view. So you can see, here's the 3-car carport, this one portion kind of looking like a trellis to keep it, the massing kind of gentle. And the retaining wall here, stone. And then the fence, the stone fence, which also leads down towards the entrance. And then you can see here's the bedroom wing. Again, it's below grade at the upper end and then coming out at existing grade at the lower end. Here's that area where we're doing terracing from the pool. Here's the lanai level. It steps down to the pool level. And then as you go down to this lower wing, we have 2 walls, again, maximum 4 feet high, terraced to the bedroom finished floor level. This is the master, which has a deck off the end of it as well with a trellis. Or actually, it's a solid roof that kind of appears to be a trellis. I don't know if you want to, how much time do I have?
You were out 5 minutes ago, but you've
Okay.
been patient, so we let you go, Kurt.
Well, I don't know. I think maybe I'll leave it at that and wait for questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
So we need to open this up for public comment. If you would be so kind, Ms. Safel, this is our last one tonight.
Thank you, Chair Claus. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I have no slips and there is no one in the audience. So we'll go on to virtual comment. And at this time, I have no hands raised. So we can move on to letters, and we did not receive any correspondence. So I will turn it back to you at this time, Chair Claus.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to remind everybody this is conceptual review. We're looking at this for big picture massing, big picture site planning, big picture comments as it relates to style and materials. So we want to keep comments broad but clear, and any comments related to the minor zoning exception that's being requested for the trash enclosure, and to our thoughts on whether these grading simulations are required or not, would be good. Before we go to questions, maybe Mr. Gradine, you could tell us, do you have a general idea of how much grading you're talking about?
Yeah, yes, we have
That might be
a grading
helpful for us
design.
to
I
be able
didn't
to-
show the civil design, but
Just I'm assuming you're talking about import from what you've been describing, but maybe you could just give us a
Actually,
ballpark.
it's only 72 cubic yards of import.
Okay,
Yeah, that's the bottom line.
okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Okay. So does anybody have any questions for Mr. Gradine?
I just had a couple of quick ones. You'd mentioned the lot split with the max height, but you didn't give us the max height? Or just single story?
722 is the level above,
722, okay.
above sea level,
720,
yeah.
okay.
All right, and the trash enclosure looks like it's not in the setback, so what, and it's reduced. I
It's in the
mean,
front yard.
It's because it's in the front yard.
Because it's
Okay.
forward of the main residence.
Okay.
So it's not within the front yard setback, but it sits forward of the main residence relative to right-of-way.
Okay, those are my only questions.
That was easy. Okay. Mrs. Garfietti, do you have any questions?
We have an easy one.
Can I make just a comment?
Sure.
Even though we're only here for concept, really the only thing that's missing is a landscape plan. And there were a number of restrictions placed on the site in regards to landscape when the lot split was done. So it has to all be native, of course, be drought tolerant. We're going to have a biologist and the arborist there for any tree removal and tree trimming, because there were owl nesting issues. And we also, there's archaeological questions, so an archaeologist is involved. We already have, I don't know if it was mentioned or you noticed, but an arborist report was already done. So he's saying, yes, it's okay to remove those trees, but as long as we mitigate it with the box, the 48-inch boxes. The design, we feel like the design is, it's been through the ringer in terms of staff. So like I said, the only thing that's missing is landscaping. So any very specific comments, any issues you have at all, I'd love to hear it now.
Okay.
Because we would really like to move forward and just come back with the landscape plan as we're, developing the drawings.
Okay, that's helpful for us to know. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so my only question was going to be actually around the arborist. So you do have an arborist that is the one recommending the 748-inch oak?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that is it for me.
Do you have any questions, Ms. Lewis? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if mine, I do have a question about, it looks like it's maybe the spa area. It's the round, sort of low-lying landscape turret item, sort of round-shaped. Is that the spa? Is that what that is?
No, it's a fire pit.
Oh, okay. And so you step up to that from the pool deck and then
No,
grade?
well, this is down, right?
Okay, you're
So you go-
stepping down to that?
Yeah, so from the lanai, you step down to the pool deck.
My eyes are getting old.
Aren't we? Yeah, join the club. And then down to the fire pit. It's really a transition spot between the pool area and this bedroom area. But these are all down, right? So we were, and it, you know, it allows for views to the sunset.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any questions. I think I'm more comment oriented too at this point. So why don't we just dive into comments then? If you want to start, Ms. Lewis, you're welcome to do that.
I think generally it looks amazing. The site is beautiful. I would love, you know, to stay here. I think everything, the language, I think, speaks to the property, the language of the architecture, and I really appreciate the colorized elevations and the material palette that you have on the last page, and all of these neutral tones, and having the stone site walls, I think, are really nice, and even could consider the stone on the wall that surrounds the fire pit area instead of the white plaster. I would be curious to see in the next round the details at the parapet, and that kind of
I'm
curved.
sorry.
Oh,
We
yeah.
do have a page of architectural details that shows the parapets,
Oh,
shows the
thanks.
fireplace, chimney detail, shows the
see the
trellis roof
outlet.
detail. Let me go
Maybe-
back. Here. Yeah, so we have a page of details
Okay.
that
Oh,
really
thanks.
tells the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I think adding, you know, the Moorish details, I think, is a fun little play for this property. And I'm definitely in support of the trash surround. I think it's just technicality of the site placement. Also, what was the other one? Oh, the slope. I don't think it's necessary to do the 3D modeling of the grading, given all the site elevations that are cut through. Those are my thoughts.
Okay. Ms. Graffiti, do you have any comments as opposed to questions?
No additional comments, also in support of the MZE, and would not require the 3D model, I think it was. So yeah, overall in support of the project. I think it's great.
Great. Anderson?
I agree. I mean, I feel like I could almost make that NPOs now, but.
But you can't, because we're not noticed for
I
that.
know, we're not there. And thank you for all the grading review. I mean, that was my first question. I was like, can you go through that with us? And it was very thorough, and I truly appreciate a good set of drawings and a good presentation to help us. So, yeah, I don't think we need the 3D grading at all. I mean, you're working with a site, so, yeah. And yeah, the trash enclosure, yes, that's not an issue. My only thing is, when I pulled up the drawings, and I don't know if this was the set of drawings, I could not like zoom in to see the plate heights and the heights when I was reviewing the drawings prior to our meeting. I don't know if that was on our side or what. Just zooming in on your elevations, I was unable, it was so foggy, the heights.
Yeah, that's happening to me if you link them from the agenda, but if you download them separately, which this is a random note, the address needs to be fixed in the agenda because Jorgensen is misspelled. So if we ever try and find this again, it will be difficult.
There's 2 spellings of Jorgensen on record. This has been an
Oh.
issue in the past,
Okay.
so I'll double check it. Thank
Okay.
you.
That's why I couldn't.
Find it?
I thought that's where this was, and then I went to look it up on, Google Maps to
Yeah.
confirm, and it wasn't finding it on maps for me. That solves that mystery for me. That's great. Okay. Go ahead.
I don't need to go through the, compatibility, neighborhood. It's all good, ready to move forward.
Okay. Yeah, I like the project, Kirk. I think it's a nice project. The only thing I would say is, it's interesting, it's eclectic, right? Because it is kind of Pueblo style, and then there are these Moorish details. And I think those can work together, and I think they are working together. I find the keyhole detail to be out of keeping with the rest of it. I like the 8-pointed star detail that you're showing on the front door. I think that could work really well with all the wood that you're using for the windows, and the deep recesses, I think, works with that. I'm just kind of going like, what does it really want to be? Does it want to be one or the other? And maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just wants to be what you're showing. It's just a question I ask myself when we get into the details of like the columns that are supporting the shade structures or the carport. Like, part of me just goes, maybe they just want to be wood, because if this is Pueblo, they would be Vegas, but they're not really that. I'm just, it's more details is what I'm talking about, right? And so I would encourage you to try to sort of drill down on that a little bit more. I do like, yeah, I do like.
I don't know, but when he said Southwest Modern, I was like, that's it. Like,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense.
Right. And so, yeah, and so I think, I think, like I said, I think the front door can work, but then the keyhole arch to me is a little bit, and maybe that's just something that's special that the owners want. I think that's off of their master bedroom or something, I don't know. I do like Ms. Lewis's, and I was going to make the same comment. I think there's a really nice relationship between the plaster and ground plane that you've created in terms of these low sight walls with the sandstone. It creates this wonderful base, and it really anchors the home onto the site in a really nice organic way. And so I think that the idea of cladding that fire pit area in the sandstone, I can see in this east elevation how having it plaster sort of balances the project, but I don't know that you'll ever read it exactly like that. And so I think the idea of that being a sandstone element would help to kind of continue that vocabulary of it really being settled into the site. Those are really kind of my only comments. I think it's going to be a really nice project, and I'm really happy to see that it's kind of low-lying and hunkered down, because it really is such a magical site as it kind of just rolls down the hill there, and you get that beautiful view out through the valley. It's pretty phenomenal, and I think the fact that you've kept that one large oak and you've worked around that and used that as sort of a private area, and that becomes a focal point from a landscape design standpoint, I think is really magnificent. I think the deep recesses are beneficial, so I don't know what you're thinking about in terms of wall thicknesses, but the deeper you can get them, I think the better that this will read. Yeah, I'm completely in support of the project. I do have a question. When you were talking through your presentation, you said there'll be rubble walls, but then on the color board, it calls them out as 5-point sandstone. So I'm just wondering what the intent is there.
Well, yeah, no, rubble's not the right term. It's a cut rubble, in the sense that it's not a CMU with the stone veneer.
Okay.
But it's stone that's been fitted stone, rather than just rubble.
Okay, so it's native on-site 5-point stone or stacked stone, one of the two.
Something along those lines.
Okay. But it wouldn't be rubble in the sense of what we anticipate that we would see on like a craftsman-style home?
Right, no.
Okay, so it is a cut stone.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I'm in support of the trash enclosure in the front yard. I don't have any issues with that. And if 72 yards of import is all we're talking about here, I don't see a need for any grading simulations. I think that's a modest amount of fill that we're talking about for a project of this size, so. We're all glazed, we're all fading fast here. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that this project be continued indefinitely back to the consent calendar
Oh, very nice.
with the following comments. The board is in favor of the minor zoning exception that allows for the trash enclosure to be placed in the front yard, and that the board will not be requiring the three-dimensional grading simulations because the proposed amount of import is modest and stands currently at approximately 72 cubic yards. The comments that we would have would be for the applicant to clarify the treatment of the sandstone, how it'll be cut and finished. We would recommend that the applicant consider cladding the fire pit walls, or at least the exterior of the fire pit rotunda, I'll call it, in sandstone in order to continue the vocabulary of the site walls on the property. And that the applicant return with a completed landscape plan and any associated exterior lighting. And any other details that might currently be lacking. I think that's my motion. Do I have a second or anything under
Second.
discussion?
I do second it.
Okay, we have a second. Is there anything that needs to take place under discussion? No, okay. We'd like to take a roll call, please. Ms. Sefel?
Chair Kalas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Graffitti,
Yes.
Board Member Lewis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thanks very much. It's worth the wait.
With that, we would like to adjourn the Marathon Single Family Design Board meeting for October 23rd, 2023. This meeting is finally adjourned. Thank you.